Morning, everybody. We have Pastor Lonnie Biggs from Calvary Chapel, and please rise if you'd like for the invocation. Thank you.
Good morning. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to be able to truly do what this time in the meeting calls for. It's to invoke you, the invocational prayer. Father, we recognize that apart from you, we are just struggling and groping around in the dark. But we thank you that your word tells us that we have everything we need for life and godliness through Jesus Christ. We come to you in his name, asking you for wisdom, asking you for unity. Lord, I pray that you would bless these county commissioners this day. I pray that this prayer would be more than just words that we would recite and not think about what's being communicated, just as we might do with the Pledge of Allegiance. But we're recognizing the necessity of calling on divine power and wisdom to be able to lead our community, lead the citizens of this community in a manner that would bring safety, health, well-being, and peace, and an example as to what a county is able to do when they are all on the same page. Lord, we lift up our fire department to you, our police department to you, our school systems to you, all of those people who are in positions of leadership and have the power to make decisions. I pray that there would be a humility there. There would not be any absurd arrogance that would cause them to think that they have the ability to guide and direct this many people without your help. Bless this meeting, Lord God. Bless these people who desire to make a difference in this town. Pour your spirit out on the questions, the agenda, that there would be a beautiful, beautiful time this morning. And as we prayed in the past with smiles on our faces, once again, that you would make this one of the best meetings that we have ever had, because you are involved. You are guiding and directing your people. Thank you for each one that's shown up, the people that are sitting in the audience that desire to communicate cares and concerns. We thank you once again that your word tells us that we have everything we need for life and godliness through Jesus Christ. So we call on that promise that you would be our Jehovah Jireh. You would provide all of our needs according to your riches and glory. Be blessed this day. Be honored. Be worshiped. Be trusted. Be appreciated for the glory of God in Jesus' name. Everybody said? Amen. Amen. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Pastor. It's 10:04, June 27, 2023, opening the joint meeting of the Nye County Board of Commissioners, Nye County Board of Highway Commissioners, Nye County Licensing and Liquor Board, Nye County Board of Health, as the governing body of the unincorporated town of Pahrump, as the governing body of the unincorporated towns of Beatty, Gabbs, Manhattan, and as the Board of Trustees for the Pahrump Pool District. And with that, Commissioner Boskovich, would you be kind enough to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Hey, number one, please, Manager.
General public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Go ahead, Town Manager, Tonopah Town Manager in Tonopah, Joe Westerling, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. Joe Westerland, last name is Westerlund, and I just wanted to provide you with a little update of projects we have going on in Tonopah. The Union Plaza parking lot, the paving of the drive pan is going to be done today and tomorrow, and I don't know if you guys have had a chance to see it, but they finished the parking lot itself. Looks great. They'll be finishing up the electrical and the striping the week after 4th of July. We have to have the concrete cure before they can bring a bucket truck in and start finishing up that work. The indoor archery range, we're waiting on the civil drawings, which should be within the next 2 weeks. The architect was having a hard time finding them. We hooked them up with a civil engineer, so things are starting to progress on that. The town hosted the judges conference last week, and we had a lot of positive feedback. The Justice Court did a great job of organizing the event and having a lot of different activities for them. We did a ghost walk, we did stargazing, a softball game, really positive feedback from everybody on it. And then we're close to completing the mining park rehab project. Simerson is the contractor. They poured the new footings at the Desert Queen, and they installed a few displays on the Silvertop trestle. If you haven't seen those are amazing. It's a really awesome project they're doing. And it's through a SHPO grant that the Tonopah Historic Mining Park Foundation secured. And we're hoping to have that project wrapped up within the month. So, and that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, good morning. I need to pass out a couple things to you guys.
Please
Okay,
state and spell your last name for the record.
my name's Dawn, D-A-W-N, Duncan, D-U-N-C-A-N.
Thank you.
I have a document here I'd like to turn in for our minutes. Okay, I'm also going to pass out some folders to you guys.
Sorry, Dawn, may I chair? We can't take stuff
No problem. You can look at it at a later
after,
time.
I hope
Perfect.
you understand. Thank you.
All right, I'll make this quick. Good morning, my name is Dawn Duncan. I'm here speaking today on Tuesday, June 27th, 2023, in opposition of any BLM-approved projects supporting future lithium mining within the Amargosa Valley's Water Basin 230 and on the front steps of Ash Meadows Conservancy. The BLM, in conjunction with Nevada Fish and Game, is willfully granted approval to move forward with actions that will be leading up to a future mining event without an opportunity for open public comment, forum, a desert environmental impact study, or input from federal environmental protection agencies. While the NDWR has current order 1330 out there restricting water rights, transfer rights, and usage boundary from 10 miles out to a 20 or 30 mile range, all in the name of protecting the Devil's Hole pupfish and ash meadows against heavy pumping. Lithium mining uses millions of acre feet each day continuously to provide water to their rotating dry leach fields. So how is it knowing full well that the state has ordered water restrictions to be in effect, these proposals leading up to a future lithium mine were approved to begin with? I've included packets in these packets, photos in these packets, so please pass them around. They were taken at an active operating lithium mine in Silver Peak, Nevada. As you can see, the lithium mine has left far-reaching scars and permanent toxicity to the surrounding fragile desert environment. While we were there observing the mine operation, we noticed there were no living creatures anywhere to be found. It was a toxic dead zone void of any life whatsoever, and photos in the packet will show you the devastation that has been done there. The Silver Peak, Nevada mine is truly a toxic area in every sense of the word. So in regards to our beautiful Nye County, Amargosa River Valley, the stunning wetlands of Ash Meadows surrounding critical land and its unseen future, let me state this land belongs to the people. The BLM do not own this land. They're set forth here as stewards to manage it in a way that cares for the environment's in best interest. With that, let me be clear. Our water basin here is unique and rare. Any future lithium mine when in operation will do nothing but irreparable damage and unequivocal harm to our pristine river valley water basin, critical species only found here. And that damage lasts for hundreds of years long after the mining has ceased. In closing, we do have a voice, and we are not here to be bought and sold by the BLM.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan.
Did you get 3 minutes, right?
That was 3 minutes, yes.
That was 3 minutes?
Thank you.
Yeah, I heard it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sheriff?
Good morning, Sheriff Joe McGill, Nye County Sheriff. I was going to have an agenda item on the agenda today for the BOCC, but that was taken off by the powers that be. Our agency, our county, is in desperate need of law enforcement officers. We are having deputies leave our agency, some new, some tenured officers who are leaving other agencies to make more money. We are one of, if not the lowest paid law enforcement agencies in the state of Nevada. Believe it or not, you can go to Panda Express in Pahrump and get paid more on a starting salary than our law enforcement deputies in Nye County are making on their starting salary. They are risking their lives for our community and for peace and tranquility in our community. They are not being paid enough. Other agencies throughout the country are offering hiring incentives. North Las Vegas PD is offering as much as $40,000, $5,000 of that being a moving incentive just to start on day one in your academy. We need to raise our salaries for our deputies, bring them up, and all I'm asking for is average. I'm not asking to be the highest paid agency in the state. We need to pay our deputies what they deserve so that we can keep them here. If we continue losing our deputies to other agencies around our community, Las Vegas specifically, we are not going to be able to keep up with the growth of our valley. And when Beatty and Tonopah have a boom coming up here when the mines open, we are going to be desperately in need of law enforcement. If we don't keep up with our personnel, if we don't pay them what they deserve and what they're worth, we are going to lose them and we are going to lose our community. I do not want that to happen. I want my community where I have lived for the last 15 years, and all of you also, to be safe and comfortable and a pleasant place to be. If we don't provide law enforcement to our communities, we cannot guarantee that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Jeannie? Or Sam? Excuse me.
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please.
Thought you were
spell your
still on
name for the
vacation.
record.
Good morning, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. Calling in as Secretary of Nye County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Just want to make sure that everyone's aware that we have put in a grant for the Nevada Outdoor Recreational Infrastructure Grant, roughly just under $75,000 for that. And we have the ARPA grant that we just submitted last week that will be coming in front of the board in the middle of July. But just letting everyone know that we're making progress and we're moving forward with grants and other activities to re-energize the Carver's Arena and recreational area. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
My name is Diane Davis, DIANE-DAVIS. What I'm here to tell you about is that for the last several months, closer to a year, I have been helping the homeless that's at the various camps. First, excuse me, where they were recently dispatched from and where they currently are located. I've been helping them with food, blankets, clothes, ice this summer, things of that nature. The one thing that I constantly hear complaints about, and justifiably so, is the trash situation at the homeless camps. But these people, while from a distance, the people don't go up there, it looks like they've got these nice travel trailers and motor homes. What they don't know is that they do not run. The travel trailers mostly are all hollowed out, and they do not have vehicles that they can load up the trash and take it up to the free dump and get rid of it. They do salvage things that they take parts from one, say a generator, from one generator and put them on another, trying to get one to run. This is how that they do get what power that they do have. Anyway, what I'm working on here and what I wanted to bring your attention to is that my latest project in connection with them is that I want to put together a volunteer, more or less, situation where 5 people with full-size pickup trucks would go up to the homeless camp and load up a load of trash and take it to the dump. And that in exchange for that, they would get a $10 gas voucher. They have to come up and actually load up their truck before they get the voucher. I'm currently working both through the collation and also, it's not no to abuse, but another division in that same building at trying to get this. And hopefully I'll get them through them and I won't have to come and ask you for gas vouchers. But our intentions are never to go up around someone's private little trailer or whatever they're living in and take things that are sitting outside. I have been up there, I've talked with them, and I've told them in one designated area, if they take their trash and put it up there, that's what we will come and pick up. And as of the last time I was up there, they're cooperating. They've got quite a bit stacked up there already, waiting for it to be picked up. So I just wanted to know if I could have your support on this and possibly have you put a good word in with either the coalition or the others, or if not, worst case scenario, there's 5 of you and I need 5 a week. How about cashing, pitching in $10 a week to get this done? Because it would make it a healthier situation for the homeless, and it would also make the deserts a lot cleaner. And so I see it as a win-win situation all the way around. So that's what I wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Lane here in Pahrump, please.
Good morning. Thank you for let me talk again, because I know you're going to hear the same thing from me on my horses. Not my horses, our horses. Oh, my name is Priscilla Lane, Lane. I started the Friends of the Wild with Horses and Burros, and we had our meeting on the 24th of this month, and it had a good show. We had a lot of input, we had a lot of suggestions, and we think we're going to come out ahead on getting things done and accomplished. The next meeting will be on the 22nd at 11 a.m. at the Desert Green Clubhouse. And I encourage everybody to please come and put their voice in and help us save the horses and burros, because the BLM has already have over 66,000 horses in holding that hundreds of thousands have gone to slaughter. So, commissioners, I sent you a letter asking you for support for this ordinance that we have submitted. And I've heard from some, but I have not heard from others. But I hope you'll support us when it does come around. And Mr. Coonsey, we thank you so much for help getting us through. And of course, the staff, Samantha and Janie and everyone, you've been really great about keeping me updated on everything. We wanted to thank Anthony Greco. He's been advertising our meetings since December, not charging us anything. And I want to thank the district attorney for his assistance in all this. And there was a Ron, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Ron Galbraith. He has been really helpful. He's been helping us support with getting maybe some signs or some booths for the fall festival. And we want to thank him also, and we appreciate everyone's help. We also sent a letter out to the 4th graders at Washoe. We want to commend them for their submitting the SB 90, which didn't go through, but we want them to resubmit it and go straight to the governor. They worked hard on this, and I think they should get at least another chance to hear them, because I think it's beneficial all the way around. We are hoping to get volunteers for the fall festival and possibly for the powwow, and we need some help with all of this, and it'll be on the September 21st to the 24th, and they can call me at 775-727-5325. I'm Priscilla Lane, or Annette Shaw at 702-672-4096. The BLM is planning on leaving 20,000 horses behind out of all the ones that they're plan on gathering. But it's not going to be a healthy situation because there'll be interbreeding and everything else. So, but I have to tell you, thank you so much, all of you, for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead here in Pahrump, please.
Hi there. My name is April Drake, April, A-P-R-I-L, Drake, D-R-A-K-E. And I just wanted to come and give a little promo. I'm a new business in town. I'm going to be opening a food trailer on July 8th. My business is called Sunshine's Eats and Sweets. And I'm very excited. I'm brand new to Pahrump, about a year now, and it's taken me about this long to get open. And I just want to personally invite you all, as well as anybody that's here, to come out. It'll be 8 to 12 in front of Phantom Fireworks. And we're going to be open on a weekly basis, probably 5 days a week. And we offer homemade biscuits, which you've never had my biscuits. They're amazing. The best sausage gravy you've ever had, and then some really, really good desserts. I know some of you guys have had it, and I'm going to try to bring sample baskets too, give you a little treat. But I also wanted to say thank you to the employees within Nye County and the town of Pahrump. They managed to get my licenses, my permits, and everything through so quickly. Annie with town of Pahrump, I think her name was Amanda with Nye County, and the fire department answering all my questions that I was harassing them with. So there was a lot of help there. So I just wanted to say thank you to that. And like I said, I'm looking forward to serving Pahrump. I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to seeing you all there. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead here in Pahrump, please, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Eva Heater. I live out in Crystal, Nevada.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Heater.
Thank you.
And coming back to the BLM, the responsibility of the BLM is to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of public lands for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations. So I would like to know who gave permission for them to even start drilling holes out by Crystal and Ash Meadows. I want to know names. I want to know dates. I'm sure they just put it in the newspaper, and most of us out there don't buy the newspaper and look for stuff like that. So it's pretty sad that they go around us like that. So I'm kind of, bottom line is I'm requesting a paper trail. If they can afford to fund to put between $600 and $700 million into a project like that, they can afford the stamps to give us notice. And I would really appreciate it, because the pupfish out there, I don't think it's anywhere else in this world, and it's federally protected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Oh, go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump, please.
My name is Rick Heater, Heater. I don't want this in my backyard, nor do you. Go to Silver Peaks. Everybody needs to see what it looks like. What my house will be gone. Our lake bed will be gone. The environment. There is nothing that lives up there. There was no birds. There were no bugs. There was no nothing. I just been a trip up there. I've been up there setting mobile homes before and taking them out. There's nothing that lives there. And also, I'd like to know about the Johnny Curve. We got the lights up there. We spent so much tax money on this light system. 3 or 4 years ago, somebody went and destroyed the main thing. Why is it not back up again? That's wasted money that us taxpayers paid for. It's not right for it. All we got now is just little signs with a whole bunch of money hanging off of it. It's not proper. We need to take care of us. We need to look out for our well-being. For, it gets to Crystal. It's going to get to you guys. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead. Here in Pahrump, please.
Hi. I am Jennifer Fazio, F-A-Z-I-O. Tell your name.
I'm Delbert Donham, D-O-N-H-A-M.
And we live in Crystal, and we just heard about the lithium drilling, and we come against it, and we will do everything we can in our power not to let that happen. And it's going to ruin and devastate our livestock. We have horses that, and I have a nonprofit agency that to protect horses from slaughter. also, and I have children, and we love it out there, and that is our home, and we do not want it destroyed. Speak.
Yeah, I want to say the same thing. I just want to say the same thing she has. So just put it on there as a repeat, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Morning, Commissioners. Herman Lewis, Lewis. Please keep an eye on the drilling and the lithium mining that, like the BLM is trying to move forward with in Crystal, Beatty, and Amargosa. I know you're all very aware of it. That lithium mining, if it's going to be done in Nevada, needs to be far away from populated areas. And, of course, it destroys the natural environment. I think maybe we need to put up some signs that remind the Bureau of Land Management that that's what they're supposed to do to protect the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Southworth.
Hi, Diane Southworth, Southworth. Just wanted to give you an update on our Nevada outreach meeting that we had, a community outreach meeting that we had. We had a presentation from the gentleman that runs the 211 number. I gave some information to Janie to give to you later with his card and brochures. They have some for anybody needing help between the ages of 12 and 19, and then for adults as well. And what they do is they help you to get the resources. They work with health, human resources, aging and disability services, consumer credit counseling, food shortages, housing, all kinds of rental things, various different things. And they do it with just your name and your zip code, and then they get you to the right agency to help you out. It's a great program, something we really need to support, and I think they do a great job. Also, food assistance. LDS Church has stepped up once again, and they brought in 12 pallets of food for our food banks. They have promised to do this every other month. I'm very proud of them. They do a great job, and anybody else that can help, we certainly appreciate their help as well. As to food assistance, in April, we served 8,042 people. In May, 11,521. So we know where this is going. We also are working with the farmers market, giving coupons, one for seniors for the 2 months in the summer, and 2 through WIC during the summer months. So that's something to consider. We have a peer support recovery training that is starting in July 10th through 14th. We have a youth mental health first aid training, which is going to be starting, and that's on June 16th. Whoops, that's gone by. And then we've got health disparity information that I've got here for you. I also have some information on there's another one that's Group Triple P, which is takes guesswork out of parenting. And I think this would be a really good one to consider. And they're going to have several meetings. There is one on the 29th and June 29th. So that might be something that anybody who has kids might take some assistance on. They also had some information on housing and what it takes to be able to afford what the minimum wage is, what it takes to get a average housing, 2-bedroom housing, $27.99. So.
Thank you.
ICC, check it out.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, here, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
Good morning. My name is Melinda Mills, Melinda. Last name is Mills. I'm the commander for the American Legion Post 22. I represent the Sons of American Legion. They were just established this year with Pahrump 22. I also represent the women's the auxiliary. It's no longer women's auxiliary, it's the auxiliary. We are now located at the Elks Lodge. We have our meetings on the third Thursday of each month at 6 p.m. The Sons meet at 4:30. We are letting Pahrump know that we are alive and well. We support the local baseball teams. We also swim. They just got through sending a child to a competition for the young women's. We also are going to be supporting the Oratoco, so we're going to be reaching out to the schools to get the Oratoco so the high school students can get college scholarships. We are going to be working on the 4th of July parade. We are going to be represented there. And also we're going to be doing the memorial services on August 7th from 6 to 7 at the Chief DePoke Park Memorial. And then on top of that, on 4th of July, we're going to have a barbecue at the Elks Lodge, combined from 4 to 7, and be able to view the beautiful fireworks from Fort Pahrump. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Goldstein, here in Pahrump, please.
Richard Goldstein, Goldstein, and I'm here on behalf of DAV Chapter 15. As many of you know, about 2.5 weeks ago, we held our annual Veterans Appreciation Barbecue. We served over close to 90 meals to veterans and their families, about 60 veterans. We also had 12 active duty Air Force personnel come down from Nellis and Creech to take part in the barbecue. I'd like to thank Commissioners Boskovich, Jabbour, and Frank Carbone for attending. Also, our county clerk, Mark Camp, for his attending and his support. This year we held it at the Mountain Falls Country Club, or golf course, whatever you want to call it. And I want to just thank those people. They did an unbelievable job. They served the food, cooked the food, cleaned up the mess, and they were just unbelievable. Our barbecue was courtesy of DR Ranch LLC, which is Bill and Marilyn Dolan. And I just want to thank everybody that came out to support our veterans, all the people in the community. We had over 40 non-veterans that came out and took part in it, and we had a good time. The food was great, and hopefully we'll see you next year again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead here in Pahrump, please, ma'am. State and spell your last name. Push the middle button. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tina Dixon, Dickson. I represent the Sassy Trainer and my newly formed nonprofit called Personally Trained Service Dogs, PTSD. I want to start off with a lot of thank yous. Back in 2018, the commissioners gave us a grant to train 4 service dogs for veterans, which we did. And in the process, we also managed to train 4 in-home support dogs, and those are dogs that don't pass the rigors of being able to perform in public, but are owned by veterans who can use the dog's services in home. We are coming soon to ask for another grant, and we would also like to invite you on July 27th at 3 p.m., as well as the public, to come to the graduation. We have at least one veteran graduating with their service dog. That'll be at Sanders Winery at 3 p.m. on the 27th of July. So I'd like to thank the people at Sanders. They provide that space for us for free. And I'd like to thank the community because we are out and about with the puppies in training. There's a couple here today, and I have one also. And they are, all the businesses that we have been to have been very welcoming to us and patient. but it's part of the growing pains that we have to get out there and get these guys socialized. Let's see. I think that's probably all that I have. So thank you, and we'll continue to come and update you on how things are going.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Right here in front, please, ma'am. And you, by the way, Ms. Dixon, you didn't introduce your puppy.
This is Daisy May, and Daisy May is a 6-month-old border collie.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Cartwright, Cartwright, and I am with the Sassy Trainer. I am a disabled veteran, and Emma here is going to be my service dog. As you could see, she's wearing an orange backpack, which will be carrying my things, so I will have more abilities to either use my cane or be able to move around with more ease. Please look into her grant because it will help us veterans that do need the help of service dogs. And I would like to thank you all for your time and have a good morning.
And your puppy's name, please, again?
Emma.
Emma, thank you.
Yes, she's 7 months old. And I've been with the Sassy Trainer since she was 8 weeks.
Go ahead, sir, here in front, please.
Hello, my name is Randall Storts, Storts. I'm here on regards to the Sassy Trainer. This is Othello. He's been there about 3 months in training. He's really coming around very well. He is still a puppy, and he doesn't know it, but he's pretty headstrong. Anyway, I'm not a veteran, but I wanted to be here on their behalf. My wife is taken to a wheelchair now, and so I decided to get her the puppy she's always wanted, and then get him in service training with her to prep for my wife's declining physical conditions, so that she can have her lifelong dream dog trained, which is working out wonderful. Sassy does such a wonderful job. And I'd love to see you guys return her grant. I can imagine for the veterans, what a relief it is. Alrighty? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And his name is Othello.
Othello. Othello, Emma, and Dixie May. Daisy May. Thank you. Daisy May. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, Kayla Point. Last name Lapointe. I delivered some packets this morning to Janie, and she's going to pass those out to you guys. Just some packets from the cotillion to say thank you for your support. Thank you for being there for us and emotionally supporting us. And a big thank you from the kids and the staff at JG and myself. Thanks.
Thank you. Colonel Waters, please, here in Pahrump.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Waters, Waters. There's several things I'd like to talk about this morning. I'm the chairman of the Pahrump Prostate Cancer Support Group, and we meet monthly. We're meeting tonight at 6 p.m. at the Methodist Church. We try and invite all men and women to come out. We invite the men because they have prostate problems. We invite the women because men won't listen. And so we're asking men and women to come out and learn more about this deadly disease that so many men are facing. Also, the Veterans Finance Committee, you're very familiar with some of the things that we ask you to do for veterans, and we thank you for agreeing to the things that we put before you. The Veterans Finance Committee is going to have our next meeting on the 28th of July at 3 o'clock. I still say it's at the CASA classroom. They're now called the Acorn classroom, but it's still CASA to me. That's right across from Nevada State Bank in classroom number 10. And at the Veterans Finance Committee, what we're looking for are ideas on how to help the commissioners take care of our veterans with the funding that's provided. I also want to talk about the Veteran Reporter newspaper. That's a newspaper that they're trying to put more information in about Pahrump. So any stories we have about Pahrump, we need to get in the Veterans Reporter newspaper. It goes all around southern Nevada, but Pahrump is growing in the image of a lot of people, and so they need to know more about it. And some of the things that we're doing, it should be highlighted because we're doing so much for our community and our county. In the Pahrump Life magazine, it's emphasized Pahrump Life. That was created by Ron Frazier. I want to thank Commissioner Boskovich for responding to my messages, and I just don't want Ron Frazier to be forgotten. And when I say that, he has brought so much with this magazine and other things that he's done throughout our town. Friends of mine that are in Germany are reading this magazine. And so things about Pahrump, it's definitely going out, and it's very positive. I know that many years back, and I'll say many, several years back, when you heard the word Pahrump, it was always negative. It's becoming positive. And one of the things that happened is because of Pahrump Life magazine. People are finding other things about that. Now, Melinda Mills also talked about Purple Heart Day on August 7th. And I know all of you have been invited. We'd love for all of you to be there. The American Legion is going to be the host for that. It's going to be from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial. And again, we'd like you all to be there. 3 minutes go really fast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Clark here in Pahrump.
Morning, Commissioners. Linda Clark, CLARK. This is for you, Bruce. I said my name.
Thank you.
Okay. The only reason I came right now, I have more to say later, so get prepared. I just want to thank these wonderful people, and that would be a grant that I would support. The other thing I want to say is I want to thank our wonderful Water Board and Miss Helena Williams for providing a wonderful hearing that we had this month on the water that we use in this community, what we don't have in this community, what we need in this community, and why we need to stop some of the other stuff that's going on taking our water. But the meeting, I think a couple of you came, was very good and very informative, and I believe the community appreciated it, and she did a wonderful job, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lackey here in Pahrump, please.
Darryl Lackey, DARRYL, LACKEY. So on my adventures to California, I see this thing on, and it's a cigarette pack, and these aren't stickers. It's actually printed on there. Smoking kills, and smoking can cause a slow and painful death. This is how this cigarette pack is printed, but it's in another country. And I guess that country, they care about their people enough to do something on a horrible situation, which is the smoking. Yeah, I got that monkey off my back over 10 years ago. But there's other problems here. We have a homeless problem. And I just talked to our sheriff, and he's not against me. Commissioner Cox is not against me. So it's just the five of you, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The remarks from Commissioner Boskovich last time I was here told me that he has no understanding of what my program is. No understanding whatsoever, otherwise he would not have said any of those words that he had said. It sounded like it was Brett Wagner talking or something, his view of my program. So I don't know what's going on there. If we need to get together sometime and talk it, and so that you really understand what my program is. My program is to get people out of the parking lots and give them something functional to do so they have value. In the meantime, we can build super efficient units that are low overhead for people to live in. I'm not talking about some cheap junk. My name is on everything I do. I fix RVs. My name is on that. I'm Four Seasons RV Service. I'm Darrell Lackey, and I like to be proud of my results. And my goal here is to get results here in Nye County, to start a program to end homelessness and poverty, to get people out of the parking lots before they become criminals. And I've made this easy. I know most of you think, oh, well, they've decided that's where they're going to live. You can't go get a job at Burger King and rent an apartment. You cannot climb out now. You can't climb out. The average person can't climb out. I'm willing to sacrifice everything to do this program, to get people in here. I designed it for people that I'm lazy, but I'm willing to do the work that it takes so I can someday enjoy that laziness. But the time is now to do something. I'm willing to do it. I've lined it out 5 years ago. I've been doing this 5 years now, or maybe it was 07. It was 17, I mean. So maybe it's 6 years now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Minshall here in Pahrump, please.
Pat Minshall, M-I-N-S-H-A-L-L, Amargosa Valley. The first meeting of the BOCC in May, there was a presentation by Hallie Mayo and Misha Allen of the UN Reno Extension Nye County programs for school children. You heard about 10 to 15 programs in Pahrump and Tonopah, such as community gardens, 4-H, robotics in the high school, which I think they went on to exhibitions. What didn't you hear? What didn't you hear? Not one program in the last year in Amargosa, Beatty, any program in the high school like robotics, not one. I'm angry when there are programs for Nye County and Amargosa and Beatty are left out. I'm really angry about that. I spoke to Haley and asked her why. She indicated that there weren't any volunteers. She said I could volunteer and pass that information along. I told her I had not read anything in the newspaper asking for volunteers. Nothing has been sent to our town that could be sent out to our town asking for volunteers. She could also come to our town board meeting and do a presentation, but she hasn't. This is a problem, and I want someone, one of you, to look into it. We are treated as second-class citizens on different times. On another note, raise our sheriff's money. It's incredible that a person working for Panda Express is making more than our sheriffs are. That's incredibly bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Koenig here in Pahrump, please.
Morning, Board. John Koenig, K-O-E-N-I-G, for the record. I just want to thank our sheriff for raising that issue. It's been an issue for years now. I think if someone were to sit down and do a quick study on what it costs us to train a new deputy sheriff who stays here for a year and then leaves for somewhere else, so we have to train another one to take his place, you would find that if you give these guys the money they deserve, you'd probably save money. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jim here in Pahrump, please.
Eddie Jim, J-I-M is last name. This wild horse issue I want to talk about. Like I said once before, that the Jim family has at least 150 years plus experience with these wild horses. And you still have people today that try to mount them or take pictures on them. Somebody's going to get bit or kicked, and BLM's going to come in and take them away. we're not just the only ones that have problems like this. Yellowstone's even having problems like this. This is unbelievable. But anyway, public, please try not to mount these horses, you know. Take pictures with them. They're wild horses. They'll bite you, they kick you. If you're in between two horses, they want to fight, you're going to get bowled over there. You're going to get kicked. So please, take caution. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I'll close public comment at this time and move on to number 3, please, Manager.
Item 3, Commissioner Manager's comments. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
Commissioner Cox? Sure. Commissioner Boskovich.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, regarding the sheriffs, and I'm going to go ahead and include the fire and life safety and all of that in together. This is a huge problem. It definitely needs to be addressed. I have no problem whatsoever increasing however we need to do that in order to accomplish that, because it's vitally important for our community. Sometimes, most times, everything comes with some sort of a cost. So while we all understand that we need to increase these things, we all need to understand how it's going to be paid. So there's that. My second issue is, as far as the homeless camps go, again, I don't want to sound insensitive here. Most of these homeless camps we're speaking of are on private property, not BLM. They're more than welcome to go to the BLM land and get off of other people's private property. That's all I'm saying on that. And that's enough about that one. I want to compliment our assistant county manager because she reached out to the public defender that was having issues and not showing up to court that I mentioned a while back, and I think that situation is resolved and moving along in the right direction. Solar. You all know how I feel about solar, and my issue with that I'm going to explain one more time. I understand the need for solar and clean energy type of things. It does not need to be right next to our highways on both sides. Between Pahrump and Tonopah, you've got 100+ miles. And the only reason they don't want to put it out there is because it costs them more money. They don't give a damn about us or our land or the water usage, because when you talk about water, then they come back and they say, well, our new data suggests that they don't take a lot of water to clean and they don't lose their effectiveness if you don't clean them constantly. It's all crap. Don't buy it. Last meeting, there was an item number 47. A gentleman came to this board and asked for our support in a project to study the atmospheric turbulence at the Tonopah Airport. Prior to that meeting, I talked to this group and was assured that this had nothing to do with wind turbines. After this meeting, somebody brought it to my attention that they believed it did have to do with wind turbines. I called this particular person who presented, who happened to be literally at the Met Museum in New York City while I called him, and he, after 10 minutes of him hawing around my question, ended up admitting that this did indeed have to do with studies on wind turbines, which I also don't want. And that's it. That's my rant for today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox, you ready?
Okay, I'll continue with your rant. And start with somebody mentioned BLM and them not owning the land, and you're very correct. We own that land. We need to take that land back. I've been pushing for a long time to put BLM out of the county, if not the whole state, and all of the major counties paying their own people. And I see some of the counties are actually waking up to that fact. They're getting enough of it. And I'm hoping that the people will stand behind us and that my board will stand behind us, because I'm going to move forward with that very shortly through the wild horse issue, because everybody can see what the BLM has been doing to our wild horses. And it's cruel and unusual punishment, especially when they're rounding them up with helicopters. There's certain BLM officers that should be absolutely arrested for abuse to these animals. Why they're getting away with it, I don't know. They run these poor little guys until they actually run their hoofs off and they break their legs and they end up in barbed wire fences, and it's god-awful, and it's been going on way too long. And I finally, because I don't have all the time in the world, but I've finally been allocating certain positions to certain people outside of our board that actually are supporting, then you're supporting them. They're supporting the wild horse issue, and they're doing a great job. We're moving forward very slowly, but we're at least getting something accomplished that we weren't able to get accomplished years ago. And then I have another rant. Okay, I know the Sheriff's Department has some excellent officers, but we have a problem with some of the upper echelon, and I think that the new sheriff probably knows who they are, so I don't have to mention any names. But to compare us financially to North Las Vegas and Las Vegas, where they have millions of people paying taxes, is not a good idea. We don't have that kind of money because we don't have that kind of population, but at the same time, we don't have that kind of crime. Thank God we're small enough to still be able to only arrest a few people every month and not tons of them. We wouldn't even have a place to house them. And I don't want to get, and I don't think you people want to get as big as City of Las Vegas or North Las Vegas. So in the meantime, nobody wants their taxes raised. I suggest that the sheriff go to the union and work with the union, because that's who we have to work with. And yes, they've had a big increase since I've been on the board, and I think they're at somewhere between $17 an hour and $23 an hour now. But still, the big shots on the board get outrageously good pay. Not the deputies, but the sheriff, the captain, the assistant sheriff, it goes on and on until you get down to the deputies. Okay, so they have a budget they have to follow. It's not our budget. We approve their budget, but it's not our budget. So if they need other things, they need to apply for grants. Then they could pay their people more money. But at this point, I don't think it's fair to the deputies to not get comparison pay to the upper echelon, or the upper echelon to take a cut in pay and distribute it to the deputies. Also, we need to quit training people outside of this, that come out from outside of this county. If it's true what is going on, then let's look at it this way. Why are we allowing people to come in here to Pahrump and get training and walk away and go to work for Metro or Boulder City or Henderson? Because they have training facilities for those people. And if those people want to work for one of those agencies, then just tell them, if you're going to come here for training, you're going to have to work here or you're not getting free training. Go to Metro, go to Boulder City, go to Henderson, get your training. Why are we spending our money, and this goes to the sheriff to explain, why are we spending our money to train people from Las Vegas and those other communities, knowing darn well that they're going to leave here in the long run and go to work somewhere else? No, if they don't want to work here, then, and they don't want to sign some kind of contract with us that says you're getting free training if you want to live here, then they shouldn't be allowed to train here. Why are we putting out money for nothing? Makes no sense. Hasn't made any sense for a long time, even before the sheriff got here. And did I touch on all of that? Anyway, reduction in the wages for the upper echelon and give some of that to the deputies would be a great thing, because some of them are making $200,000. That's ridiculous. That maybe doesn't even include their benefits. They have benefits on top of that. So If I'm wrong, correct me. Tell me what you make. Tell me how you make a whole lot less than a deputy makes, for instance. No, that's not the case. So also take a strong look from within at the people you are training and hiring. There are big issues with some of those people, and that's why the deputies are quitting. Now, whether you know that or not, that's happening. And you should know it because it's all over the streets of Pahrump. It's not the deputies that are problems in certain cases. Oh, and the dump. Okay, I applaud the people that want to have everybody go collect garbage for them, but I think somebody, if they have a group that's going to do this, or even us as county commissioners, ask the dump to put out a few dumpsters that they can pick up once a week, and these people have a place to put their trash, even though they're not supposed to be living where they're living, and they're living on private property. But that wouldn't be any more of an expense than what it is for us to have staff, for instance, have to go up there and tell these people to clean up and tell them they have to move, and on and on and on. This is just a continuous thing. Give them some garbage cans, some big dumpsters, not little garbage cans, but big garbage cans. I suggested that years ago, where I think that maybe we should just put some on the corners in different parts of Pahrump so that people could dump their big items. We had in Clark County, they actually have heavy duty day once a month. You can put anything you want on the curb and they'll come and get it. So that's just an option if anybody would consider approaching the commissioners with that. Approaching the dump with that. And I do believe I hit on everything I have for this time. Private properties, I don't know what I had that note for. But anyway, so that's my rant.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carbone?
Thank you, Chair. I really don't have any announcements. I really don't have any topics, but I do have one issue. We had a meeting at one time scheduled to sit down with the sheriff. When is that going to happen again?
Today.
Okay, thank you.
Requested closed session, Commissioner. Thank you.
So I appreciate that we have this meeting set up. Again, I have no other items to talk about. I don't have no workshops or no special agendas.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strickland, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm telling you what, we've got a lot to say, and we're listening to you. So, Amagosa, Ash Meadows, you need to realize that we have our eyes on that too, and we don't like it a single bit. That lithium should be in Railroad Valley where they want it. They're fighting for it. We've got senators, Congress, we've got everybody trying to get that lithium looked at where they want it in Railroad Valley. See, these lands are your people's lands, and we're tired of being pushed around by the Bureau of Land Management. And so there is an item coming up, number 38, that'll go in depth on this particular subject, the why, the how, and what we're going to do. Hopefully it'll make a difference. There was a lot that was said about homeless. There always will be. And we always are going to have that to figure out. And no one has an answer. It's hard. As far as our deputies, we're going to address that in closed session here sometime today when it's called and see if we can get some answers. And I'm sure we're looking forward to a new comptroller being hired that's going to give us new ideas on how to combat that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. This past weekend, I attended the VFW event in Tonopah, and I want to thank Commissioner Carbone for coming up and also joining us up there. It was very much appreciated. From there, I went on to further northeast to Duckwater, and Duckwater celebrated their annual powwow, a real powwow. And it was just a beautiful event. You did ask for some correction, and I will give a little bit of correction and touch on this, is that, Commissioner Cox, NRS prohibits the sheriff from having a contract and putting any new deputies and cadets under contract when they are sent out for post-training. So So he's not able, or any sheriff is not able to do that here in the state of Nevada. And so it's hit and miss as far as we train, we hope they stay, and then we deal with the aftermath. But there is an NRS that prohibits any contract.
So then we give them a raise so they won't leave.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you. Folks in Crystal and Amargosa and Beatty, I attended the Beatty Advisory Town Board meeting just last night, and I wish you were there, because last night there was a presentation, and the presentation was from a Mason Vall, the executive director, and I have a phone number for you because you wanted names and numbers, and he's working on this project through the Amargosa Conservancy. Some of the things that he said was that their plan is to drill 30 boreholes of a distance between 250 and 300 feet, and that the groundwater will be intercepted and could be intercepted, which is a very dangerous for us. They also admitted that it's home to 25 endemic species. That means 25 species live only here in Nye County, nowhere else in the world, but specifically out there, 25. And they are aware of that. So the greatest risk, and my question to this executive director was what the water basin was, and it's water basin 230, and how will they mitigate the risk, the possible risk of puncturing the aquifer. Because once that's punctured, again, very dangerous situation that we are going to be faced with. They did it out in Tonopah, and they're still dealing with it, trying to stop the flow, and they haven't been able to figure that out yet. They haven't been able to figure that out. If they puncture our aquifer here in Crystal, Amargosa, Ash Meadows, okay, we're going to be faced with the same thing they're dealing with in California, in Tonopah. Something else that they mentioned, and it's, as Commissioner Strickland said, that we have our eye and we have our finger and we're on the pulse and we're trying to deal with it, is that for some reason, and it has to do with BLM, they're not required to have public comment. No NEPA process, which is unusual, and we're not used to that, right? So they're going to go in, they're going to get these permits through BLM, okay? They've bypassed us, and we're still there. We're still being your voice, and we also want your voice. We want you to be heard. We want to be heard. We want to be at the table, and they are already aware this is what doesn't make sense. They are aware of the dangers of doing this, but yet they're still there. Please note, on a positive side, that there are two groups out there, and there is some type of litigation already in place. Not from us, it's from them, within themselves, within their own groups. There's litigation, okay? So we are on top of it. We're trying to stay on top of it. I'm going to give you this executive director's phone number. 702-900-7589. 702-900-7589. His name is Mason Voehl, V-O-E-H-L. And he said he would welcome any questions and phone calls to address this. Wait, did I just give your phone number?
It's terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was really
off.
Mason's phone number.
2 digits off.
It's 2 digits off. Okay? So again, thank you all for being here. We have a long meeting ahead. Any managers, directors wishing to speak at this time?
Good job, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am hoping to get, I guess, some direction on something, maybe later in the meeting. Back in first meeting in January, one of the amendments we had made to our marijuana licensing requirements was a stipulation that if they were to go 6 months consecutive without reporting any sales or transfers or any revenue, that they would be eligible for a show cause. My question to you is, on the July 18th meeting, we're going to have all the license renewals on there. I didn't know if you want to go less formal, informal, or be more informal and have that part of the reports that are given for those licenses, or if you would like us to proceed with show cause. We've got 3 facilities right now that are in this situation. 2 of them, I'll say, there's no possibility of them even making revenue because they don't grow anything or do anything in the facilities. One of them is an active facility, but for whatever the reason has been reporting zeros, you know, whether it be adult use or medical, because here in the county we still require the 2 licenses. So maybe later or now or whatever, you can let me know your wishes, and we can either make it part of that report or we can follow the code and procedure.
Wow, follow the code, really. I say let's proceed. Follow the code.
We also need to raise.
We need to not have comment on this, please.
DA, thank you.
No action from the board. We need to shut this down.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Just going to say the same thing.
Thank you.
I think that was his premise, Mr. DA.
Later on
he
is
was
what he had
presenting.
said. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephanie Elliott, Contracts and Grants Manager. Just got a couple of things. A super huge thank you to Commissioner Boskovich for attending my grandmother's 98th birthday last week. We actually put him to work, so that was very much appreciated, and you were definitely the star of the show. In reference to one of the requests that we've heard our sheriff discuss with Lorena Dillinger, our assistant manager's assistance, our contract administrator, Honey Strozzi, will be publishing a request for proposal for a class compensation study. So we are starting now that process, and we'll hopefully get some good responders, and we'll be bringing that to the board in the future. And also next month is July. It's CDBG month. So I'll be bringing forward a presentation. It's the initial first meeting for the Community Development Block Grant. We will not be presenting any sort of applications at that time, but with our public information officer's assistance, we'll be getting that application online and at least discussing some of the changes that are coming. So start thinking about some potential projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any managers or directors on the phone, Sam?
No, Chair.
No, okay. I will close Commissioner Manager comments at this time. Number 4, please, Manager.
Item 4, approval of the agenda for June 27th, 2023. Commissioners, today we'd ask that you remove item 5 on page 1. And then jumping all the way to page number 5, please remove item number 43. Again, that's item number 5 on page 1 and item 43 on page 5.
Good. Number 6, please.
Item 6, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the monthly statement of County Treasurer pursuant to NRS 354.280, including receipts, balances and funds, money on deposit, outstanding checks, and cash on hand.
Good morning, Commissioners. Raylan Powers, POWERS, Nye County Treasurer. The report that you have in front of you today is for our April bank reconciliation and Treasurer's report. And I do apologize, Commissioners. I forgot to meet with our admin department to figure out how we could get this to print out a little bit more legible. I will work with Sam and Serena on that so that when you guys are reviewing the backup, you have something that's not so small.
Thank you. As in larger font.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm quite spoiled by looking at it on the monitor and not having to print it, so.
I suppose we can do the same thing. Got it online.
There are a few things that are still being cleaned up. We are working with our finance department on our auditor closing entries for fiscal year 22. A few of those items will finally come off of this bank reconciliation as well, once we get that finalization posted and finalized, completed.
Any questions for the Treasurer, Commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I'm seeing a whole lot of red lines, basically, red figures on mine versus black. And is that money that, how should I put that? The monies that were in the hole versus monies that should be there. For instance, are we overspending those accounts?
That would be a great question for our comptroller.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not certain what report you're looking at, Commissioner. If you're looking at the treasurer's report, anything in a negative or a red is an indication that we've spent money. If you're looking in the finance journal entry section, we're reclassifying money. So you'll see a negative and then a positive in a separate fund. If you're looking at the actual bank reconciliation report, the column entitled withdrawals, yes, we're spending money.
Okay, but that's a good thing. There's not, red doesn't mean bad, right?
Correct, not on these reports.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
You're welcome.
I have no questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
None for me as well.
Okay, Commissioner Carbone.
And I appreciate all the data that's provided to us. It looks good. You're right, there is a few areas in here that a little bleak, but nothing that bad, so.
No.
Reconciliation looks pretty good. At least we're up to April. May's next.
Yes, sir, we're currently working on May. A little bit of a delay in our ability to get it on this agenda,
Yeah, I know,
so
I was hoping to see May, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Treasurer. Let me open it up for public comment. In case there's any questions, please don't go too far away. Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
And Bohannon, Bohannon. This report keeps looking better and better, cleaner and cleaner every month. A couple things that are catching my attention is the still not, it's not in the Edom system, not yet in Eden, and those go back to February, January. Those are the items that, I do a lot of financial transformations. So that's definitely something that catches my eye. As for Commissioner Cox's comment about the negative red, where I pay attention to negative red is that if it's the ending balance. I think we had the museums were negative 11,000. I forget what the other one was, a small amount. And then you had the state down to next last page. So there's only a few accounts that show negative. So those are what I pick up on. The other is just showing debits and credits. The other thing that I'm tuned into is communication between the comptroller's office and the treasurer's. For example, we set a budget. What is our balance in the treasurer's report? And what happens to our balance is if we operate as we show in the budget, what's it going to look like at the end of the year? What are our adjustments going to look like? I think when we get to the comptroller's report, we do show the adjustments at the end of the year. Those are the kind of things that I look at from a forecasting standpoint. Hey, do we have revenue? Do we have money that we need to bring in? Do we have costs that we need to contain? Do we have enough money to pay the sheriff's department? Do we not? Those are the kind of things I look at. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Are there any other questions for our treasurer?
There is one
Not
question.
me.
Even though it's not just you, but DevNet, I understand we still are still trying to figure out what we're going to do with DevNet. So just keep us posted, you and the assessor.
Absolutely. So just on a side note, a little bit off topic, the assessors and our departments are currently working on tax calculations and working hand in hand with DevNet so that we can generate those new tax bills middle of July, have them mailed out by the end of July, and just for public information, that first due date is August 21st.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you, treasurer.
Thank you,
Have a great day.
commissioners.
Number 7, please.
Item 7, 10 a.m. timed item, presentation by Nancy Gwynn with Tales of Nye County regarding program status, outcome results, about a budget status report, and future goals pursuant to the Nye County ARPA Recovery Plan and Policy, Public Health Assistance Mental Health Grant, 10-minute time limit.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT for the record. We'd like to welcome Tales of Nye County. We have Nancy Gwynn as well as Denise Shear here today to discuss so far what they've done with their project that was originally awarded back in February. Thank you.
Nancy Guin, Guin.
Denise Shera, SCHERER.
Sabra Sabatino, SABATINO.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I don't know why I'm so nervous today. I've been up here a lot, so if I pass out, they'll take over. Okay. Thank you so much for awarding this grant to us. It's been a huge, tremendous help to our organization. Between January and April of this year, we have spayed or neutered 455 cats, and of that amount, 282 were TNR. That's feral cats that we trap, neuter, return. We've also spay and neutered 64 dogs. This grant was not given in a lump sum. I've had a lot of people in the community came up to me and said, "Wow, the commissioners gave you $87,000, like you just handed us the cash." It doesn't work that way. We send in our receipts with our proof of payment, and then we're reimbursed. So far, we have submitted $34,437.13. The Finance Grant Department has been amazing. They're amazing to work with. They've answered our questions, and they've been a huge help. So I'd like to give a shout out to Jessica McCutcheon, Stephanie Erga, and the newest member of the team, Blanca. They have been amazing. I'll let Denise talk a little bit about our current kitten season that we've had.
Kitten season has been horrendous, but we all know that. We have, in the past, I believe Commissioner Cox has mentioned that she'd like to see more of our grant money spent here in Pahrump. And I agree with her. I'd love to have it here. The shelter has a facility for spay and neuter. They are currently trying to get a vet to come out here, and we will do our spay and neuters there. Currently, out of the, we have a waiting list on dogs for about 45 people, and they have multiple dogs. The problem is that our vet only does a clinic once a month for us. The other vets in town want astronomical amounts of money that we cannot condone. And so I'd like to know when the shelter is going to be up for spay and neuter.
That's a good question for the county manager.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to say? We, in the past, Lisa Schutte, that was with Maddie's Fund, used to do community meetings. I know Commissioner Carbone and Commissioner Cox both attended, and we would like to start those up again. That it's all the rescues, animal control, the shelter, and as many commissioners as we can get. We need to all work together to handle the pet problem with spay and neuters, and it's just kind of out of control. People are dumping animals, and we'd like to all work together to see what we can do to try to combat this problem. So Denise contacted Tasha at the shelter, and she's agreed to let us use the room there for the meeting. And we will put out a notice to all of you and the different rescues, and let's try to meet and see what we can do to stop the problems that we're currently having with animals. And we would be real excited if you can get that spay and neuter clinic at the shelter up and running. We'll be more than happy to use it. Thank you. You have any questions?
Any questions?
No, yeah, the only question I have is thank you. You guys are doing a great job. We're happy that we can perform a grant to help support it. I know that traveling animals back and forth between here and Clark County is really a pain and doesn't really work as well as you would think. I remember doing that myself. It's I appreciate what we're trying to get done. If we can get a spay and neuter clinic here within the shelter, it'd be a great thing, but we have some complications that we have to go through to get there. I know the DA looks at us sometimes and says you can't go out there and compete against the other folks that are out there, so we have to look at the process and how to do that. So.
Okay.
Chair?
Anything else? Yes,
Chair?
yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so we have built a facility. Within the facility, we set aside an area, which is very well done, for a vet. What we don't have is a vet that wants to come in there and do spay and neuter clinics. We need your help to help us find someone that would like to do that.
Nope.
And then we'll run a course by our DA to see what that looks like and how we can make it happen. So I think that's the first course of action, please.
Okay.
We need your help.
Can I ask a question for the DA?
You still got 4 minutes.
Okay. You
Not right here.
Answer a question?
This is a presentation. We can't
Got
get
it.
into public comment or anything else.
So that's one of the things. I did do the numbers on how well you all are doing. You know, when you look at the number, you have $34,000. Well, that means that's an average of $66 an animal. Well done. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
So I have a question. Do you guys have an advisory board? Have you gotten together and made like yourselves an advisory board?
That's what we were just talking about doing.
Okay. So make sure you give yourself a name, because that makes it easier to keep you separated from some of the others, like the wild horses and things. Okay. And let us know what you decide. But I always advise everybody that has a cause to get an advisory board, because there's strength in numbers. And get yourself a president, a vice president, and a secretary and treasurer, and they're the ones that really count. And then do the meetings like you have suggested to us, which I'm really glad to hear about, and I will attend once I get notification, because, yes, we did set aside rooms for certain things in that shelter for future needs. And I kind of asked myself, why are you still going to Vegas? And I've yet to really get an answer. So I think this is a great head start. And I think that if you have an advisory board with a name, you can probably find a vet that'll be glad to help. You just have to give him some motivation, yes, thank you. Probably financially, but I think that can all be worked out with the community, even if they had to pay something. I mean, most people that have animals are able to feed them. It's a one-time charge to spay and neuter. Maybe they could pitch in a little bit. And thank you so much for your time, because without you guys, the animals would not have the care they're getting. There's just not enough people or staff that works for the county that can go beyond certain limits to help with the things you guys help with. I really appreciate you being there. So thank you.
Along those lines, I'm very grateful for what you guys do. I would like to see some sort of, figure out some way to incentivize adoption, and then toughen up on the penalties for the people who don't treat the animals the way they're supposed to. treated. I don't know how we do that, but I would love to see that.
Through an advisory board.
It's not. I guess that's a whole different subject.
Yes. Thank you, ladies, and I'd also like to thank you very much for acknowledging the grants team. They're sitting there, and go ahead and you can give the wave and let everybody know who you are, please.
Yay.
They work very hard for you and others
Yes.
here in the community and in the county, and they're just a phone call, a name on the phone, et cetera, and nobody knows until we acknowledge them. So thank you for that.
Yes.
And you were under 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8, please.
Item 8, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Bill Number 2023-04, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump Regional Planning District, Article 3, titled Zoning Districts, Establishment and General Provisions, Section 17.04.430, titled LI Light Industrial, removing renewable energy generating facility as a permissive use and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Morning, Commissioners. Director Wagner, Waggoner. I was actually going to ask that we continue this item for 30 days. There's still some questions that I'm working with the DA's office on to make sure that my understanding with this move will work the way I think it will. So before we take action on it, I just want to give the DA's office a little more time to have some more discussion with me and give me the answers so I can properly advise you guys.
Is there a date that you want us to move that to?
Just out 30 days, hopefully, should be sufficient. Or
First meeting in August.
That would work, or second meeting in July, either way. Well, yeah, first meeting in August would be closer. Because I forget we had to accommodate
August
somebody
1st.
with this one.
So that's August 1st.
August 1st.
So, Chair. Well, I was just going to tell him, I'll make a motion when we're done with public comment. Normal.
Can you hold your motion, please, until I open public comments?
That's what I just said.
I know. We open this up for
I really don't think you need, this matter has not been discussed. If you want to, you're basically making an agenda move to move this to another item. So I think you can do that. Yeah, because you're not making any discussions of the item itself.
We have no public comment, sir.
The Chair, knowing we have no public
closing
comment, even though the DA gave us permission to pass, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to August 1st,
10 a.m.
10 a.m. in Pahrump.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor to continue this until August 1st at 10 a.m. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Laura's aye.
Rodney, aye?
Number 8 passes 5-0. Number 9, please.
Item 9, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Bill Number 2023-05, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 5, titled Business Licenses and Regulations, Chapter 5.32, titled Cannabis Establishments, by amending Section 5.32.005, definitions, to include affiliated businesses, and by amending Section 5.32.050, titled Medical Cannabis Establishment License Fees, Section 5.32.055, titled Adult Use Cannabis Establishment License Fees, and Section 5.32.057, titled Cannabis Consumption Lounge Establishment License Fees, by adding the language pertaining to sales and transfers between affiliated and unaffiliated cannabis businesses, and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Bless you. Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. So if you scroll down to the working draft, which starts on page, I went electronic here, so page 17. You'll see that we added a definition for affiliated businesses. What this is pertaining to is currently we have several facilities in Nye County that also have facilities in Clark County or other parts of Nevada that they may cultivate the marijuana here, they bag it, they send it off to their production facility who's in a different jurisdiction, and that's where it's processed and then sold, to the dispensary for retail sale. So we see no benefit. There's a few of the different facilities here that do quite a bit of volume, that this is what's went on. The state has, it sells anywhere in Nevada, they collect a tax. So they don't care really about these transfers. Clark County does have a fee for transfers that are, affiliated or non-affiliated transfers. But in order to try to get to where we can capture some revenue and realize the benefit of, this industry like we had intended back in 2014, we've made some amendments and added a couple of paragraphs on page 23, which does assess a tax, the same tax as you would if you were to sell it in Nye County to a
Kind of
dispensary.
like a transfer tax kind of?
Yeah, exactly. So we can now capture, those kind of transfers because the state does spell out a value, a per pound value, a value to, pre-rolls or, whatever the end product is. So using that formula, like is used, with the reports that they do already on the actual sales, that's the same premise behind this. So we can start to see a benefit from those types of transactions.
I have a quick question. How much is the licensing fee annually in Clark County? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I thought we had included that in the backup.
I think it's 25,000.
Yeah. I mean, that's, another thing which you could do on the record if you wanted now. But if you guys would like to visit that later on a different item, we could also do that. But, that is definitely one thing we should probably address as our fees in general.
Secondly, the tax, and that's probably for a different time as well.
Yeah, we've already given direction to staff to go look at the fees and so on. So hopefully we'll get into that at another time. Okay.
It's your prerogative. Your prerogative.
Any other questions at this time? Let me open this up for public comment, please, Director. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Clark here in Pahrump, please.
Linda Clark, CLARK. I've spoken before about this. I don't support any of these marijuana lounges, none of this crap. I just think it rolls down into problems for the community with youth and everything else. And don't tell me they're not getting it, they're getting it. If we can sock it to them, sock it to them. The other thing is, it sounds like another scam like solar. Oh, let's use your land and your water and send it all to California. What are we getting out of it? Why are we doing this? We're wasting our time, our resources, our money for garbage. It's not doing anybody any good, except for the people that want to use this stuff. And not all of us are doing it. And yeah, maybe there's some health benefits. That's a few. So if it's up to you, but why? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone now, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No? Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment. Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone. I'll close public comment.
Sure. Since public comment is closed,
Yes, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to adopt Nye County Bill 2023-05, proposing to change Nye County Code Title 5.
Second.
Effective date?
You forgot.
July 27th,
July,
2023,
yes.
10 a.m.?
Doesn't say that here. Yes.
What she said?
So are you still amending, Commissioner
Yes.
Cox also? Thank you, you guys.
Thank you.
It's right here.
I'd also like to thank you, Director. You know, we've asked everybody to take a look at different areas to help us, help the county, help the people, with different revenue streams, et cetera. This is definitely a revenue stream. You caught it. Thank you very much for catching it, and this will certainly help. And then the other discussion will hopefully come back, and we'll be able to, as Ms. Clark said, sock it to them and make it more reasonable, right, for us. They want to do business, this type of business, they have to pay. Okay, any other questions or discussion for the director?
I keep missing that.
No?
No.
Recommendation.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Tony, aye.
Aye.
Jabor's aye. Number 9 passes 5-0. Number 10, please. Thank you, Director.
Item 10, 10 a.m. for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend, and adopt or reject Nye County Bill Number 2023-06, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.06, titled Cannabis Establishment, Zoning Requirements, by adding definitions for town and town board, and amending Section 17.06.040, titled Requirement to Obtain a Special Use Permit, to include a requirement to obtain a written letter in support of or in opposition to a proposed cannabis establishment by the elected or advisory town board prior to submittal of a special use permit application, and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. This may seem like deja vu to most of you, because this has been done before. What actually had happened was when we had brought the previously referenced amendment to the code that was done back in January, where it was, put the 6 months without sales, that language in there. When that draft had started, there was some code modifications that had been done prior, this one, that had not been codified yet. So when we pulled the information out of the code current as that day, that language was not in there. So when we adopted that new change, adding the 6 month provision, we lost that. It replaced that. So this is just basically correcting that error and putting this language back in there. It is still been the practice of today. It would be a requirement of today regardless. But we were asked quite some time ago to actually codify it. So I'm just trying to fix the mistake that happened.
Just a housekeeping issue.
That's what happens when we codify, huh?
Yeah, we got it down now though. We get to self-publish, so we got that licked.
Any questions for the director?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Cox has a question.
Can you tell me why we are adding a definition for the town and town boards into this?
Just because they didn't exist prior, and it was a recommendation by the DA's office when we were adding this language to put a definition in there for
Okay,
it.
so it doesn't change the definition that we now have, we're just adding it to this? There's been no changes?
Correct. They didn't exist, and again they existed, then got inadvertently taken out by mistake, and we're just putting them back in there.
Okay, as long as there's no changes, then I'm good with that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me open this up for public comment, please, Director. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll
Sure.
close public comment.
Make a motion to adopt Nye County Bill 2023-06, amending Nye County Code Title 17 Zone Requirements, and effective date of July 17th, 2023.
Second.
Did you say July 17th?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, there's no further questions for the director. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes, aye.
Boskovich, aye.
Thank you. Number 10 passes 5-0. Number 11, please.
Item 11, 10 a.m. timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Bill Number 2023-07, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, titled Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning, Chapter 17.04, titled Pahrump Regional Planning District, Section 17.04.260, titled MF Multifamily Residential, allowing for the provision of single-family detached residences in the MF zone and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. So, little history on this. We had an application submitted from a developer actually proposing this amendment to the code, sponsored though by a specific developer, but it's been something that's been talked about quite a bit. There's obviously with trying to look at the affordable housing type angle of things, you know, we have multifamily, but a lot of times with the multifamily, it doesn't give a lot of privacy, doesn't give any kind of yard, you know, for children to play in, a private fenced yard, or to, you know, have a pet area. So in looking at that, that's kind of where this came about. Somebody had proposed 3 units, and actually through a zoning review did get approved, but they had staggered the units in such a way it kind of provided that, but it ate up a lot of space of the property, and there was some density challenges, you know, to stay within our density requirements that are in our zoning code. So the one thing with this is with building separations, what they're required not only by Nye County Code, but by building code and fire code. If somebody was to want to do this, you know, we have a density requirement today of 3,500 square feet of land area per unit. So a 15,000 square foot lot, you know, will only allow up to 4 units. With somebody that wanted to do it this way, very possible they're only going to get 3 units there. But in understanding that, I get what they're going after. You know, they're going after, you know, senior citizens and stuff, or people with small children that, you know, want some privacy but can't afford to go out and buy, you know, a single family home, you know, individual single family home on a individual parcel. So that's the idea behind this. One suggestion I would make that isn't in this draft, after giving it some more thought, is it already went through the RPC as written. They did recommend approval on it to the board. But one suggestion I was going to make was that we not make it a straight out permissive use, but it be a conditional use requirement. So instead of having it listed under permissive uses, we would just move it down to uses subject to a conditional use permit. Just so, you know, because this is kind of a new thing to us all. It would give us the opportunity, you know, to give them a little more, you know, analyze them a little better and make sure that we're not creating a problem, you know, that, because a zoning review is a pretty simple review. So that would be my recommendation if the board desires. The other thing that our clerk actually pointed out, which I appreciate, is we do have in the height, lot, and setback requirements, there's some footnotes where it says duplex, triplex, fourplex, and townhomes. We would need to also add and single-family detached homes. And then there's a reference to a footnote 3 that is doesn't exist, so we're going to take that footnote 3 off. And I would recommend that we amend that in a motion if that's the desire of the board.
Okay, for clarity, you're wanting a motion that reads that they'll be amended with the single-family homes under the notes. And the other one had to do with number 3 that I.
If you look at the bottom where it says 36 feet, there's a footnote 3 indicated there that doesn't exist. It's really tiny, it's hard to see.
Feet 3? Yep. Am I on the right page? Page 3?
Yeah.
Yep, page 3.
Yeah, that top chart
So
under C.
Oh, I see the footnote.
Yeah.
So strike 3.
And then if you desire, my other recommendation was to move it to a conditional use, not
Right.
a permissive use.
Yeah.
So, depending on the arrangement, for instance, we could require, site development. Because one of the things that actually drives me crazy when you drive down Dandelion is the garbage cans that just sit out in the bar ditch all, 24/7. Coyotes get into them. And we do have a couple of zoning areas that allow multifamily, but they have development standards to them. The way our code's written today, 4 units or less, you don't have to do site developments. You go 5 or more, you do have to do site development. But, it would be nice to be able to apply some development standards, so we're not, possibly creating undesirable areas any more than we have.
So you're saying with the CUP will drive us to do a site development plan? We don't have to add that as also a condition of the.
No, we could condition a conditional use permit.
Okay.
Add a condition to a conditional use permit.
Gotcha.
Okay, do you have any questions for the director, Commissioner Cox?
Yes, just how much does it cost to get a conditional use permit?
I think with noticing and fees, it's $375. It's either $375 or $525. I can't remember.
Per use permit,
Per use permit for that parcel.
per that development.
Yep.
For
Okay, so-
what he's trying to accomplish by making this particular change that he's talking about. So it better appropriates for the folks that are setting it up, instead of the way it is currently today, the way it's proposed.
Yeah, it is $525. It's $350 for the permit and $175 for noticing and, newspaper notices and the notices we have to send out.
And everybody that applies has to pay that amount of money, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For this, if they want to apply for a conditional use permit, yeah. Which is the case today for any conditional use permit.
Okay, let me open this up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Ms. Clark here in Pahrump, please. Oh,
No, push, it says push.
There it goes, okay. Linda Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I don't know the town real well, so are we designating a particular area only in this town for multi-family use, which is either condos, I guess, or apartments? Is that what we're talking about? I'm sure I'm not the only one that doesn't know all that. Can somebody answer that question?
when the director comes back up, I'll
Okay,
ask him to.
and then, how many units are we talking about? And they should comply with, if you're gonna do this, with the neighborhood, and that it's acceptable for the other people that live around them, like the trash can thing and all that kind of stuff. It's gross, and, if I buy something and I live in a neighborhood, I want the rest of the people to comply to what I have to comply to. Doesn't make any sense to do something that's not gonna be happy with the rest of the people in the area, because you're just gonna have nothing but complaints and other things that I know you don't wanna listen to. So those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment, and I'll turn it back over to you, Director.
So this is not creating a new zoning. It's just creating another permissive use to a zoning that already exists. This isn't specific to any project in particular that's being planned. It's just, again, changing what's permissive with conditional use permit on, multifamily lots that are currently zoned or future zoned to multifamily. As far as the noticing and the neighbors, that's my other reasoning behind the conditional use permit, because it is a public hearing item through the Planning Commission. So, within our noticing area that we have to do, but always in the paper in addition, there would be a public notice put out, and then, the 30 adjacent properties would be noticed as well in that radius we're required by law to notice. I think I answered it.
So I have a question, Director. Whatever direction that we go in, will this be the first time that RPC will be hearing about this?
No.
This proposal?
This draft has been before the RPC.
I know they approved the draft, but with the changes, are they familiar with any of the proposals to the changes?
No. The two were typos, the changing the one to the conditional use permit. Knowing the RPC, I don't think there would be any pushback on that at all, but that's just 6 years of experience.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Cox has a question.
I have a question since you brought him back up. In regards to the big dumpsters, do we have any rules and regulations in place as to where they can be located? Are they allowed in a residential district? Because I know downtown that they actually have to put them in a brick enclosure in the business areas. And they do look really tacky in a residential area. And that's been a sore spot of mine for a long time, except that a lot of the people are running businesses out of their homes, whether legal or illegal, so they have a lot of extra trash that other people don't have, and so they order those. Do we have something that says they have to have a use permit or anything particular to that, so the neighbors have a right, or a chance to disagree with what's going on in their area if they don't like those being there? Or do we just tell people they can't have, if they have a home business, they can't have a lot of trash? Maybe we shouldn't approve home businesses that clutter up the area.
That would be going way outside of this. So trash collection is actually addressed through Pahrump town ordinances. The only thing as far as development standards that require enclosures is, like you mentioned, the commercial areas they are required to do a opaque enclosure, gated enclosure. There are a couple of particular zonings here around the Calvetta Eye that do allow multifamily that have the similar design standards in them. Mm-hmm. We don't currently have them, which is a future change I'm going to be bringing forward. I'm just kind of trying to get ahead of it on this one with a Band-Aid for the moment with the conditional use permit. But I do believe that any trash cans, in a multifamily type situation, whether it be 2 units, 3, 4, whatever, should be in enclosures. So that's something we'll address later in another amendment, but that's part of the reasoning behind the conditional use permit recommendation I'm giving you now, because we could.
Okay, and a lot of them do. The newer apartments, a lot of them do. I'm referring to residentials that are just single-family residentials that have these units, just like you said. Some of them are actually dropped out almost in the street.
There's nothing that prevents that right now.
There's no way for the people in the area to complain to somebody. And It's okay for the dump to bring them.
Garbage company, Public Works, if they're in the bar ditch or right of way, code compliance as a last resort, I hope.
Yeah, so it's just, it's between them and the garbage people then, so
Right.
we don't accept complaints against them. Okay, thank you.
No, there's nothing prohibiting that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Entertain a motion, please.
Chair, motion to amend and adopt Nye County Bill number 2023-07, effective date July 17th, 10 a.m. with the following amendments. The notes removing 3. Single-family homes being added to the notes. And rather than it just being a permissive use, it should require a CUP.
Again.
Second.
So I have a motion and 2 seconds on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Where's aye?
Voting aye.
Number 11 passes 5-0. I'd like to call for a 7-minute comfort break, please. Manager? 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 Consent agenda items, 18 through 23.
18 to 23? Okay, next are consent agenda items. Items 18 to 23. There have been no items that have been requested to be pulled, but the board is free to do so if it chooses.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Any public comment for consent agenda items numbers 18 through 23? Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment for consent agenda items numbers 18 through 23. I will close public comment. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Aye.
Numbers 18 through 23 pass 5-0. And we will go back to sitting as the governing board of the unincorporated town of Pahrump. Number 12, please.
Item 12 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Town of Pahrump Resolution Number 2023-03, a resolution to augment and amend the 2022 through 2023 budget of the Town of Pahrump, State of Nevada, Fund 25251 Fire Impact Fee Fund in the amount of $66,623.
Good morning, Commissioners. Liz Jordan for the record. Available if you have any questions, but as the backup shows, we have additional revenues from fiscal 22 that rolled over into fiscal 23 that we would like to utilize in that fund to essentially to complete a project at the Val Vista Firehouse. So that's where this money is going for.
That's great. Make a motion when you have, after you have public comment.
Let me open this up for public comment. Number 12. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Pahrump Resolution 2303.
Second.
Get that Val Vista thing fixed and finished.
Fund.
Oh, you want to know what fund you want to get that from?
Yes, sir.
It's actually, it's amending that fund of the amount of $66,623.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion, and it's yes.
Excuse me, Chair. Thank you. There is a hand raised on the phone if you wanted to take. come back and take that.
I opened and closed public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Call for the vote, please.
Carbone, aye.
Aye.
Boskovich, aye.
Moore's aye. Number 12 passes 5-0. Number 13, please.
Item 13 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject budget transfer of appropriations between community support and operating transfers within Town of Pahrump General Fund 25101.
Again, Commissioner Liz Jordan for the record. Essentially, this will be in the Town of Pahrump, moving funding from operation transfers into the community support within the Town of Pahrum's general fund. The amount was $26,000.
$26,000, right?
Correct.
Public comment?
Any questions for the comptroller? Okay, let me open this up for public comment. Anybody on the phone now, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. We're sure?
Yes.
Just checking. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote if there's no further discussion, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Aye.
Number 13 passes 5-0. Number 14, please.
Item 14 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject the fiscal year 2024 public safety sales and use tax plan for Pahrump Valley Fire Rescue.
Do we have Chief
Good afternoon,
Lewis?
Commissioners.
Phone?
Yes.
Is that you, Chief Lewis?
Yes,
Thank you.
it is. I'm calling you from Boise, Idaho. So, great. Yeah, so just so you know, we're at a soccer tournament up here, and our girls are winning. They just won the semifinals, so we're moving on.
Yeah.
Everything's going well.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah, very nice. So anyway, this is the 2024 Public Safety Sales Tax Spending Plan. We would have had it to you a little earlier. We were waiting for some quotes to come in. But as you can see, this plan is divided into three distinct sections. The first section is under personnel or staffing. The two are the reoccurring category, and number 3 is equipment. We are not placing any additional staffing on this particular plan at this time. We are currently in negotiations, which does impact certain aspects of this plan. Also, we are currently filling existing positions that were previously funded under PSSP. So moving forward to the reoccurring, you'll see that the first line item is also open. That is also due to the fact that we are underway with negotiations with the IAFF. The other categories listed on the line items under reoccurring, most of those fall under IT, and Brad Adams has been diligent in helping us identify those reoccurring costs with radios, and also the face back to SNAC, which is the Southern Nevada Area Communications Council. These are all costs that we incur on a regular basis for previous projects funded by the PSSP. Moving down equipment, Commissioners, I can address each line item, but I don't want to bore the audience and take up your precious time considering lunch is pending. But I do want to just point out some very specific facts. We are currently waiting 2 Type 5 brush units. The majority of the equipment that's listed here will be outfitting those particular pieces of equipment, and also some new pieces of equipment such as thermal imaging cameras. And you will recall that we had a previous discussion with the Nye County Sheriff's Office on those particular types of items. We use them a little bit differently. They are not attached or affixed to the outside of patrol vehicles or apparatus. But what they do is they are handheld units which firefighters use to effect rescue and also to find the seat of a fire in smoke-filled environments. They are critical to our operations, and we want to have each member have that equipment to go into any particular structure fire they may have to. Additional items such as bleeding control kit. This is something we want to outfit each fire station with. So if there is an incident that occurs in any of those facilities, There's the appropriate equipment that's readily available to ensure bleeding control in a timely fashion. I'm also working with your safety and not related to this plan to consider that type of option and also the county building. The next category is I am responding. That is a communication piece. It's also part of a response methodology that allows an internal communication for regular messaging as well as emergency response. I guess the best way to say it is when a critical incident is dispatched, it will go over the on-duty and off-duty personnel's cell phones or email. It will also give us the ability to send out critical messages that are also going out to text and to email. And it also gives them the ability to indicate whether or not they're responding, if they're off-duty or it's our volunteer system. And we are utilizing this in the southern end of Nye County with anticipation of incorporating some of the northern as well. Thus far, it's been under trial for approximately a month, and it's been well received within the internal and external customers. And so we want to move forward with this project. It's relatively inexpensive. We're looking at a 5-year agreement. The agreement has already been through the DA's office successfully, and so now we're just moving forward with the last part of the funding project. There's an item there listed for generators. These are for the stations. We have worked very closely with Stephanie and William Allen in trying to get these generators in each of the fire stations under a grant. Unfortunately, not many people actually submitted bids for that particular grant, so this is going to be our plan B to utilize the PSST because this is a critical infrastructure project, and it also helps with our COOP plan, which is the continuity of operations, to ensure that fire stations are up and operating no matter what the current electrical grid status is. Tough books, there's 2 separate categories for tough books. There's tough books listed for stations, and that will upgrade a communications piece so that everyone will see exactly what's going on throughout the county as well as Pahrump specifically. But the second category is vehicle specific, which is a little bit more expensive because it includes the hardware to affix these units in the new apparatus that we're receiving. As you can see, there's additional support items such as Cradle Point and items like that that is part of the IT process that are listed in here for the new equipment. And you also find that we have additional ballistic vests. Our community has seen an increase in, how I would say, it's nicely just life safety issues where we need to be best prepared to go in and effect a rescue in the event that there's an active assailant that occurs not only in Pahrump but anywhere in Nye County. And we want to make sure our crews are safe and that they can effect that rescue and provide the necessary care in a timely fashion. Commissioners, that is a snapshot of the public safety sales tax. If you have any questions on any given line item, I'd be glad to address it with you at this point.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll make a motion whenever you'd like.
Okay.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioners?
No.
Let me open this up for public comment before the motion, please. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam, besides Chief Lewis?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon, here in Pahrump.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. One thing I did not see, I know the equipment budget is very, very large. I did not see any maintaining of that and installation of those, like the generators of $400,000, which is 63.9% of the spend here. So there's a lot of spend on the equipment. What do we have as far as support for the equipment and ensuring that it's maintained and fits in that recurring budget going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone now, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. And Commissioner Boskovich?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt fiscal year 2024 Public Safety Sales and Use Tax, PSST, plan for Pahrump Valley Fire Rescue.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 14 passes 5-0. And Chief,
Thank you, Commissioners.
Chief, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'd like to know what mode of transportation took you to Boise, Idaho.
A 10-hour car ride, sir.
Thank you very much.
And I will just end with this. I have never seen a Mormon cricket before, and I have an overabundance of Mormon crickets all over my car.
Please don't wash the vehicle until you get back.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And I'll be on the line for the fireworks agenda items as well.
Thank you, and please congratulate the girls and all the teams there for
Go
us.
Trojans.
Yes.
Let's go Trojans.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. We play again tomorrow, so I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 15, please, Manager.
Item 15 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint one member to the Pahrump Off-Highway Vehicle Park Advisory Committee from the following list of applicants: Jimmy Lewis, and/or 2, direct staff to re-advertise for the appointment.
Chair would like to make a motion to appoint Jimmy Lewis,
Second.
and I wait you.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Lewis here in the audience?
That's not
Do we have Mr. Lewis on the phone?
Would be nice.
No, Chair, but I would like to request that the motion includes the term expiration.
Thank you.
January
I've been catching everybody else on that,
2-year
and I
term.
didn't do it for myself. Sorry. All right, so it's 2-year term to end
What?
January
2025.
January 2025,
And
like all of our,
I amend my motion to that as well.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate that. Let me open this up for public comment. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Hope Jimmy does a good job.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. There's no further discussion. Yes?
I have a question of staff, whichever one can answer it. Were there any other applications included with this? Because we only got one. Was that mean the only one person applied, or somebody else picked out this person?
I'll have to check and get back to you. However, regardless of what the advisory committees decide to recommend for appointment or reappointment, we still always provide all applicants.
Okay, so they would always show each time, and I don't have to ask that question anymore?
Yes.
Okay, and so there was one other one to go with that. Oh, and was it advertised?
Yes, it was advertised.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote, please.
Carbone, aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Aye.
Number 15 passes 5-0. Number 16, please.
Item 16 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve the purchase and installation of 3 fire hydrants in the amount of $20,906 with the 15% contingency to be funded from Beatty Special Capital Fund 24402.
Do I have, no, actually, the chair and their administrative manager, both are in Las Vegas at the auction. Do we have the chief or the water general manager, water and sewer general manager on the line? The chief from Beatty, I apologize, not Chief Lewis.
I don't have any hands raised.
Thank you. Irregardless, self-explanatory, reading the backup to necessary request. Let me open it up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record. Chief Lewis, we did have your hand raised, and I unmuted you if you wanted to speak to the Beatty fire hydrant purchase.
Thank you. Commissioners, just to advise you that the fire chief in Beatty had every intention of being able to attend this meeting. However, his wife took ill, and we flew her to the hospital just a short while ago. And so he is working on that right now with the family. And so apologize for any inconvenience, but it's beyond his control.
Thank you, Chief. No apologies necessary.
Commissioners, I can't speak, sorry, if I may. Liz Jordan again for the record. I can't speak on the fire hydrant themselves, but I can just, my input that this fund can support the purchase.
Yes, it does, yeah.
Thank
it does.
you.
It
Thank you,
does.
Liz. Appreciate it.
It's just a big chunk of it that's,
But that's what it's there for.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam, for public comment, because it's still open?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment. Tonopah, Pahrump on the phone. I'll close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve and to fund from 24402.
second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Boers, aye. Number 16 passes 5-0. And Chief Lewis, please, I know you'll be in communication with Chief Harmon. Please send our
And our
best wishes
condolences and so-
from all of us here in Nye County.
Best wishes.
Number 17, please, Manager.
Item 17 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject budget transfer of appropriations between functions within the Town of Manhattan General Fund 27101.
14,000.
Commissioners, Liz Jordan for the record. This is a transfer to support the Manhattan Water Fund. Essentially, we'll be requesting to move appropriation budget from the administration department into the operation transfers so that we could continue the operations in the Manhattan Water
Yeah, we're talking
Fund.
$14,000.
$14,000, yes.
Thank you, Comptroller. Liz? Okay, let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment. Tonopah, Pahrump on the phone. I'll close public comment.
Chair, motion to adopt and fund from 27101.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, yeah.
Aye.
Where's aye? Number 17 passes 5-0. Number 24, please, Manager.
Item 24, presentation of projected expenditures of money in the Assessor's Technology Fund to be used in the 2023 through 2024 fiscal year. 10-minute time limit.
There we go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Zimmerman, Zimmerman, Chief Deputy Assessor. In your backup, you have our usual presentation with all of our usual expenditures. You'll see the biggest one there is still pictometry, which is the aerial, soft aerial imagery contract that was approved earlier this year. Sidwell and Esri. Esri's gone down slightly since last year, and Sidwell is slightly up. The reduction in Esri is due to our mapping administrator reviewing our licenses and finding some that we didn't need, which is great. And Sidwell collects all of this data and publishes it to the website. So the more data that we have published, the greater that annual bill will be. Apex stays constant. And all of the projected expenditures are the same as in past years, usual earmarks should needs arise. And the only two new are the two at the bottom, using text recognition software to review recorded documents for ownership changes. That's a presentation that Assessor Stringer and I just took a few weeks ago. And I don't have a quote on those exact costs yet, but I'm very interested in that software. I think that'll speed up some of our employees' workflows and allow them to be assigned other duties that would help the department. And the other is gathering sales data for comparison and modeling. Right now, the only sales data that our department collects is from the taxpayers, and there's no incentive to return that data or consequence if they don't. So it's rather lacking quantitatively and qualitatively. This program would collect it from various agencies, finance companies, things handling the loans when mortgages are involved. I believe we'd get more and possibly more accurate data with this agreement. Again, both of these numbers, I don't have costs yet, but I don't anticipate needing funding. I think there's plenty available in our tech fund to cover those agreements.
Chair, may I?
Yes, Commissioner.
Hey, Justin, can you tell us when they'll be flying over so we can go outside and wave?
Next flight will be spring of 24.
Oh, that's a long time frame. Can you be more specific? Maybe just a day?
I can't. We kind of time those flights between the snow melting and the leaves budding out, so we only ever have just a rough idea.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, numbers look good.
Yeah, they look great.
Numbers look good. It sounds like we're staying on track. Sounds like a little bit of fluctuation here and there, but other than that, it looks pretty good.
All right, thank you.
It's a great program. It really looks good for our GIS, and we can see actual, everything looks so great.
Absolutely.
It's a nice system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Commissioner
Glad to hear it.
Boskovich and Commissioner Cox, anything else?
Nothing, Chair.
Nothing, okay. Justin, thank you. Chief
right.
Deputy, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Number 25, please, Manager.
Item 25 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint at least 1 but not more than 3 members to the Nye County Ballot Question Committee, 5-cent diesel tax, who favor approval from the following list of applicants. Thomas Bowling. 2, appoint at least 1 but not more than 3 members to the Nye County Ballot Question Committee, 5-cent diesel tax, who oppose approval from the following list of applicants. Lydia Parrish, Victoria Polson, and Karen Sansone-Waldman, and or 3, re-advertise for the appointments.
Thank you. County Clerk, conf, please.
Mark Kampf, Nye County Clerk, KAMPF. The NRS requires that the commission appoint no more than 3, but at least 1 of the applicants to the committee. I've got a schedule here that would get the committee started around July 10th, along for the holiday, and our goal would be to submit a resolution to the Board of County Commissioners for approval for putting on the ballot by October 17th. Of course, that gives us plenty of time for 2024, but I want to make sure that we had this done because there's plenty of other things to work on next year. We did publish 4 applicants in the paper, and as you can see, we've got 3 that are opposed and 1 who would be willing to do this for. The requirement is it has to be a person. That's it. I was kind of amazed by that. Usually it's a voter or a citizen, but in this case, it just has to be a person.
Just not an alien.
Person.
Thank you.
Could we have the applicants, if they're here, come up and
Certainly.
do their?
Are any of the 3 opposing applicants
We're not going to hear from Bowling.
Yeah.
here in the audience, here in chambers?
There's Linda Parrish, Victoria Paulson, and Karen Sanwin or Samson Waldman.
No.
None of them are here. Maybe.
Possible. Is
Anybody
anybody on the phone, Sam?
If the applicants are on the phone, they need to raise their hand by pressing *9.
Thank you.
There are no hands.
No. Okay, but we do have Tom Bowling in chambers.
I wonder why he would be for that tax.
Well, that's exactly why I'd like
To
to
hear
call
from
upon
him?
him to, so he can help enlighten. Give a brief summary, please, Director.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Bowling, B-O-L-L-I-N-G. Of course, I am for this tax because we have lots and lots and lots of potholes all over Nye County. And this will help fill a lot of those. That's about where I'm at right now. And I didn't know that there was some schedule that I had to follow, just so you know. All right.
You're not on the record, but we can understand what you just, it's okay.
So did you actually apply, or did somebody just tell you it's now part of your job?
No, I applied.
Okay.
I was asked, are you going to apply? And I said yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't I? It's actually a good thing to do. So
Okay, question, please,
something we
Director.
need. Go ahead.
I know that you and your staff worked very, very hard, very diligently about a year and a half ago on workshops throughout the county.
Yes.
Were any of those recorded?
Any of the workshops recorded?
Yes.
I did record one of them on my phone, but that was it. And you couldn't really get too much audio out of it. No, none of them. I don't believe any of them were.
But the reason I asked the question is I know that prior to the workshops taking place, there were many people that were upset. They were angry. You know, tax is a bad word. It's a dirty word.
Right.
Until they actually attended the workshop and actually saw the reality of how atrocious our roads are throughout the county and the necessity of this, and that's why it was being proposed. So I asked if it was recorded so it could be played again so people would actually know, why is this happening? Why has this come about?
And I know that the first time we brought it to the board, it was the same presentation we gave during the workshops. So, and that was recorded.
Okay, well, there you go. So you have something that you could re-present, okay, at a future time, perhaps.
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or anything for the director or the clerk?
In regards to the action that we're taking here?
Yes.
And no, other than we definitely need this 5 cent tax.
I agree. Let me open this up for public comment, please, Director.
Okay.
Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Ms. Southworth here in Pahrump, please.
Diane Southworth, Southworth. My understanding is that the people who have gasoline engines are already paying this 5 cents, where the diesel people are getting off scot-free. So says that if it's good for the people that are buying gas, it should be good for the diesel. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Commander here in Pahrump, please.
My name is Melinda Mills. I am a diesel. Say again. Melinda, M-E-L-I-N-D-A. Last name is Mills, M-I-L-L-S. I have a diesel dually. I drive my mother's motorhome, which happens to be diesel. Other than for potholes, what are your plans for this money? If you're going to collect, are you going to put a truck stop in so you can utilize this so that you have proper places for people to fill up so you can monitor the taxes, because not all these gas stations are equal when you go to fill. And there's a lot of things when it comes to having a diesel vehicles that you have to think about. So if you have the places, the facilities, I know one town is putting a truck stop in. It's not even off the board, really, just walls. You've got trucks being parked all over the neighborhood, or motorhomes, and the pickups. You got to have something besides just saying, I'm going to collect it for potholes. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, here in Pahrump, please.
Isn't working, there it goes. Okay. Quick question, and this is the Dingy Blonde speaking again. Do any of the vehicles that the county uses, are they diesel? And who's paying that diesel tax? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone? Thank you, Commissioner. Please, Sam.
No, Chair.
Is there anybody that could answer?
I believe
yeah.
Director Bowling wants to answer that. So hearing and seeing no public comment. Pahrump, Tonopah on the
Thank
phone.
you.
I'll close public comment. And go ahead, Director.
To answer your question, yes, we do have diesel vehicles, and nobody pays diesel tax in Nye County. To Nye County. Nobody pays diesel tax to Nye County, and that includes Nye County. Okay, so that's, we don't collect it. And the gas payers actually pay 9 cents a gallon for gas tax, and we're only proposing 5 cents a gallon for the diesel. So, I wish we could. We can't. I mean, the highest we can go is 5.
Thank you. And Director, I'd like you to briefly expound on the road the road fuels tax, road fund.
I need to, this item is to appoint the people, it's not to discuss the actual merits of the tax. So I really have to limit you to what the discussion is about.
Thank you, Mr. DA. Thank you.
You can always get with them later.
That being said, I might be able to help a little bit because I have a diesel that I drive for the county, and I fill up at the regular stations and I pay whatever they ask. So if they're all going to have to put an extra fee on there, then the county will be paying for our vehicles also, and that will go back into maintaining the roads for you people and us. Simple, over with. I know you hate me.
No, we don't.
Being obstinate today, but I hate people to talk behind our back, so I just as soon get it over with now.
I would just rather not have open meeting law violations, so.
Well, if that's a sin, I guess I'm guilty.
Okay, back on number 25. Entertaining a motion, please.
Chair, let's make a motion for number 1 to appoint one person to the favorable side of the tax, diesel tax, the 5% diesel tax. Mr. Bowling, like to appoint for the opposite side of the negative for the 5-cent diesel tax, Ms. Parrish and Ms. Woolman, excuse me.
I'll second.
So I'm clear, Commissioner, Tom Bowling, Lydia Parrish, and Karen Walden.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. If there's any further discussion?
No, Chair.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Jabbour's aye. Number 25 passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just for the public to know that if any of these committees have any legal questions about the format, because there are specific formats they have to do, they can certainly reach out to my office, and we'll provide whatever legal assistance we can on both sides of the equation of making sure that these are written in the way that they need to be as far as going on to the ballot.
That's a good comment. Thank you, because it's really rough to write these things sometimes. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Manager, at this time, under the sheriff's items, I'd like you to open numbers 26 through 30.
Items 26 through 30 for possible action. Discussion and deliberation to issue a fireworks display a display fireworks event permit to the Amargosa Valley Improvement Association for an aerial display at their annual 4th of July event on Saturday, July 1st, 2023. This event is being held at Amargosa Park, 1639 East Amargosa Farm Road, Amargosa Valley, Nevada. Scott Harris, applicant. Also to the town of Beatty for an aerial display at their annual 4th of July event on Tuesday, July 4th, 2023. This event is being held at Cottonwood Park in Beatty, Nevada. Mike Harmon, applicant. Also to the town of Beatty for an aerial display at the Stagecoach 40th anniversary event on Saturday, July 22nd, 2023. This event is being held at 801 East US Highway 95 in Beatty, Nevada. Mike Harmon, applicant. Also to Prairie Fire for an aerial display at their annual 4th of July event on Tuesday, July 4th, 2023. This private on-site event is being held at 1 Frontside Road, Pahrump, Nevada. Savannah Rucker Ames, applicant. To Zambelli Fireworks for an aerial display for the town of Pahrump. The event will be held on Tuesday, July 4th, 2023 at Petrack Park in Pahrump, Nevada. John O'Brien, applicant.
Thank you. Sheriff?
Each of these items are simply for a temporary one-time use permit for fireworks displays for the 4th of July. These are community events, definitely a positive event that we can participate in and approve, and there are no objections to the issuance of the permits from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sheriff. Are there any questions for the Sheriff? No? Let me open this up for public comment, please. Public comment for items number 26 through 30. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Got a question to the DA. If
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
In order to make a motion, there's quite a bit of stuff here. Does the motion need to be the town, the name of the person who's the applicant, and anything else that needs to be there?
Honestly, I think you can just do these like you would a consent item from the standpoint of items such and such. List the numbers and approve as written.
Okay, so we can say, make a motion to approve items number 26 through 31 as written?
30.
30, I'm sorry, it's 30.
Through 30, excuse me.
Yes.
As written?
Second.
Thank you, DA.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second on the floor for agendized items numbers 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Carbone?
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye.
Boskovich, aye.
And numbers 26 through 30 pass 5-0. Number 31, please.
Item 31 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the renewal of a wholesale retail fireworks permit for Phantom Fireworks Showrooms, DBA Phantom Fireworks, located at 921 South Highway 160, Suite 501, Pahrump, Nevada. William Weimer, applicant.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
And this item is for renewal of a retail wholesale fireworks sales business that has been in business here in Pahrump for several years. There is no objection to this on our part.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Comment? This has been one of those, actually, this has been one of the fireworks organizations that we've had a lot of difficulties with in the past in regards of getting their equipment moved into a warehouse area, but they are in the process now. They do have their applications in. They're mostly through the process. According to planning director, they're in good standing, so there shouldn't be any issues with this moving forward.
Yeah, they're submitting their building permits, the site development plans, they're moving.
Development plan's already there.
Yeah.
They're basically done.
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner. Let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair, but I do have Chief Lewis's hand raised if you wanted to address him on this item.
Let me close public comment as I hear and see none in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone. And go ahead and we'll acknowledge Chief Lewis.
Commissioner Scott Lewis, LEWIS. Just following up on this particular item, the majority of those vendors that have had the storage trailers on their properties are moving forward with plans to have the facilities. We've been working very closely with planning to make sure that they're unfolding as they should with the necessary fire precautions and suppression systems built into the building. So everything's moving forward as it should. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I make a motion to approve the renewal of the wholesale retail fireworks permit.
Second.
Okay, there's no further discussion. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please. Oh,
Aye.
aye. Did you have something?
No.
Oh.
Thank you, though. Aye.
Boer's aye. Number 31 passes 5-0. And with that, I'd like to call for lunch. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Eat quickly.
Hope you brought your lunch.
We'll return here at 2:30. 2:30. Thank you. Microphones, please. Did you get through? Oh, thank you. Okay, ready. It's 2:31. Manager, number 32, please.
Item 32 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to reschedule the date for the first Board of Commissioners meeting in October for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 in Tonopah, Nevada.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do I have any public comment? Colonel Waters, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Tom Waters, WATERS. The only question I have on that is, are you still going to have the next one the next week, or are you going to wait 2 weeks after that?
Following week.
Great question. So the only, well, let me
Madam
finish.
Manager?
Let me close public comment, and then I'll address it. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. And to answer the question, the only rescheduling is for the first week of October. Everything else will remain the same.
So Samantha Tackett's going to be like really busy. Don't call her. She's too busy.
I think she was referring to you, Tim. Okay. So I do have a motion and a second on the floor, and I'll call for the vote.
Carbone,
We are
aye.
on 32, Commissioner Cox?
Changing the date.
Changing the date to October 10th, Tuesday, October 10th.
Not
Yes.
a problem for you, good.
Okay.
Aye.
Call for the vote.
Aye.
Where's aye? And number 32 passes 5-0. Number 33, please.
Item 33 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding approval to provide program funding to Pahrump Valley Public Transportation VetTrans program in the amount of $20,000 to provide transportation services specifically for veterans to be funded by 10210 Veterans Services Fund.
Mr. Koenig. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. John Koenig, Koenig for the record. I am the chairman of the board and president of Pahrump Valley Public Transportation. Part of our business is VetTrans. It is a separate part of the business. It is funded separately. The difference between it and the normal public transportation is normally it will cost you $3 to get picked up at your house and go wherever you want to go, and $3 to come back. VetTrans, we take any vet wherever they want to go, well, within reason. Generally, it's for medical, We pick them up at their house, take them to a doctor, the hospital, the pharmacy, whatever, or to Vegas for free. We have found in this past 8 or 9 months that with the price of gasoline and everything going up, we are sorely stretched for funds. We went to Veterans Finance Commission or Committee, and they voted to allow us to have $20,000, so we're asking for your final approval.
Chair, when you have public comment, I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, let me, well, Commissioners, do you have any questions for John?
Nothing from me,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Mr. Bohannon, please.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. As a man who served in the United States Marine Corps Reserve, I'm absolutely all in favor of this. I think it's a positive thing for our community and very helpful for the vets, especially getting to the doctor's offices and the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Colonel Waters, please.
Tom Waters, WATERS. I'm the chairman of the Veterans Finance Committee, and one of the things that we looked at was the fact that the funding for transportation for vet trans was being reduced, which meant they were going to have to reduce the number of days down from what they're doing, even maybe to 1 day a week of helping veterans. So we had no hesitation in saying, yes, let's provide the money so that veterans can get the transportation they need to get where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair, I make a motion to approve the $20,000 coming from the 10210 Veteran Services Fund.
Second.
No further discussion? I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Tony, aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
One comment. Liz, that particular fund, where are we standing?
Correct. So yes, the Veteran Services Fund, give me 1 second and I will pull it up. I did review it when the agenda item was brought forward, and give me 1 second and I will pull it. It is estimated to end the year with $140,000.
Something we might want to look at for the VFW in Tonopah.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, number 33 passed 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Number 34, please.
Item 34 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2023-18, a resolution establishing a Nye County Safety Program policy.
Mr. Skinner?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Jacob Skinner, JACOB, SKINNER. So I'm looking for adoption of the safety program policy, and primarily what this is doing is it's speaking very clearly that Nye County has a safety program policy, and this fulfills our legal requirement in NRS 618.383. And essentially there are 5 parts to this policy. The first section, it addresses training. The second is the Nye County Safety Committee. The third section is the guide for Nye County employers, which we'll create if this is adopted. There are the definitions, which are section 4, and then number 5 is an appendix, which provides a list of the trainings that we are going to require of Nye County employees. And
Does that include us?
yes, it does.
Dang it. We're making this motion right. We can exclude ourselves.
Yes.
Thinking.
Good thinking.
Skinner's like, no way.
Please continue.
Always trying to get out of something, aren't you? No, you're not. Hopefully you don't wriggle your way out of this one. I think that obviously having a safety policy is really important. It speaks clearly to our staff and to the community that this is a priority. And just to be clear, a lot of the elements of this are already happening. This is just, speaking to that, and now it's here. So if anybody ever questions us, we have it and we can show it, and we're good to go. So
I'm not sure we can, we can't make ourselves do this because it's a conflict of interest for us to vote us into something that's for the employees. See what I'm saying? I don't think we can cover, we're the ones that are supposed to be making the final decision. We're not supposed to be applying that to us because we're a board of commissioners. They're the employees. Right. And so I don't believe that this is the place to put it if we did want to have one. This is not the place.
County manager or DA, you guys step in for this?
I mean, with our current Nye County policy, that covers, many sections cover county commissioners as well. So I think it's up to you. Obviously, it's your purview if you want to include yourself or not, but I don't think there's anything prohibiting you from doing that.
Yeah, there's nothing prohibiting you from prohibiting yourself from doing something. Again, there's no legal reason why you can't do that. Because, and as the county manager indicated, there are many policies out there that do provide to the county commissioners. I mean, you guys deal with travel those types of requirements. So you do set standards for yourself. So there's not a legal reason not to do that.
Maybe the other ones are the ones that are wrong though, because maybe, am I an employee or am I a county commissioner that's over the employees is where I think the question comes in. Maybe we should have.
Well, that gets into a whole different area because you also get into the issues of other elected officials.
Well, yeah, but we should have a county commissioner, items that apply strictly to county commissioners because we're supposed to be the boss apparently. So who's the boss if we're not? So, maybe we need to take a look at the whole thing and write down just things that we feel should apply to us.
So I apologize. Are you for including ourselves in this policy or against?
No, I'm against it.
Okay, good.
Because I just don't feel that I should be put in the category of an employee. So.
Well, in reality, we are employees of the county. We're being paid by the county.
Yeah, but we're not employed. The President of the United States is paid by people too, but he's the president and he has certain things that apply to him and not to others and vice versa.
Right.
So, do we just want to, because I get this thing thrown up my face all the time about we're slaves.
So,
we work for the county and blah, 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 and therefore.
The public servant thing.
We don't work for the county. We work for the people, yes. So the employees work for us, we work for you guys.
that's a point.
Is that where you were going?
We are employees of the county, but we are governed by the people that are sitting out there.
Yeah, so we're basically employees of the people.
They're tax dollars that are paying you. They're tax dollars that are paying us.
Yeah, but are you their slaves or are you their employees?
Okay, let me jump in, please.
I just have a different view of it,
So,
I guess.
And I know you prefer to be called Jake. Mr. Skinner. So on page 5, and you went over the 5 different areas. Training, safety committee, the guide, definitions, and the appendix. What I didn't see, and I'd like to see in this policy, because I agree with the policy, is if somebody is injured, if a county employee is injured, and they fall under workers' comp, and if you looked at the list and got the report for workers' comp, there have been minor injuries and there have been serious injuries. And these are mostly and predominantly family people, okay? What I didn't see in the policy, and as I said, I'd like to see in the policy is follow-up with evaluations and retraining. Retraining. That's nice that we're going to be trained in certain areas, in the workplace, out in the field, etc. But if we get hurt, where is the retraining? Where is that aspect of this policy to ensure that it doesn't happen again? Just like when we have to fill out the C1, 2, 3, and 4 if it's extreme that they go to the hospital. Okay, so you're with me, Manager?
Oh, definitely, Chair. I just as a response to that, I would point out in 1.1, in the second sentence, we do cover that aspect, I believe, in terms of training must pay particular attention to areas where there is evidence of recurring injuries. So how the process, the approach that I'm taking is where the injuries are, that's a behavior. That's a behavior that we're going to use the training to address, because training is the strongest control that we have over safety. So when I wrote this policy, that was the intent of that sentence, was to cover that area, because you make a really good point. Where the injuries are occurring, we need to focus training, and so that's the intent of this.
Retraining.
Retraining, right. Absolutely.
So I understand, Manager, and I'm not challenging you. I'm just suggesting, because I agree. It's in your sentence, but it's not part of the policy. It's part of this to be compliant, but it's not in the policy. The policy that you listed, the 5 items. All I'm suggesting is to amend it to add that part of the policy is retraining of, even if I'm trained, to push or pull and lift and pick up, I have to be retrained if I'm injured, because I obviously did something wrong.
Didn't we already include an HR requirements for, I think we've had this discussion before where we said when we have we have injuries, one, we have to evaluate the person to find out why we had that. Could have been person fell asleep, person was taking medication, person was whatever. That those are the things we're evaluating. Though we've already agreed that that would be in our policy already.
Yes.
I recall it being
Yes.
the direction.
So every department head, elected or not, is required, if there's an injury, to report it immediately to HR. They're also obligated to ensure that the individual or individuals, it's possible, that they get and seek medical attention if necessary, and it's documented. And also, we'll go as far as, I believe part of the policy, and we have our HR director here, is there's drug testing that's involved as well to ensure, to expound on what Commissioner Carbone said.
Drug, alcohol, whichever.
They may be on prescription, they may be on, but they may not have been prescribed those particular drugs during that time frame, right? So there's a lot involved. I agree with this. If I'm injured, I want to be retrained. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. If I'm injured and I'm on county time and I'm doing county work and I'm all over the road and all over this county, then I want to make sure that I'm complying with this policy and that this policy is also protecting me as an employee.
What's the timeline for this policy to be out there, to be posted, if you will?
I don't think there's a set timeline, but I just wanted to add a couple of comments on this. So I understand the reluctance to include elected officials or yourselves in this, but I can tell you that one of the reasons we're implementing this policy is because we've had a lot of lawsuits and and accidents and other things. And I wish I could say those were limited to just traditional employees, but they haven't been. They've included elected officials. They've included county commissioners. So that's one of the reasons why we're striving to put this forward. If there's consternation about using the word employees and being concerned if that encompasses elected officials, we can make that separation as we do in other policies if the board is inclined to include themselves in this. Looking at the topics for training, again, most of these probably wouldn't apply to commissioners or other elected officials, but I think that's where the risk manager would come in and make determinations as to who is applicable or what training is applicable to what. I can tell you, you all probably don't need respiratory protection or bloodborne pathogen training, but there are other ones like cybersecurity or bullying and harassment and other things that are applicable to everybody.
Sure.
And we all are all under the same insurance policy as well.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for our risk manager, Jake Skinner?
I think we just need, he needs to go back and incorporate some of the things you talked about.
I have a quick question. Were you able to speak with the various department heads to see if they had any input or any thoughts? Or could you maybe?
Yeah, through you, Chair. That I mainly went off of what was written in the NRS and worked with the DA's office to formulate the language. But that's something, since there's more time, I can do that and circulate that and see if there's any other feedback on that. I tried to, when I formulated this, was to make it as tight as possible so that it was completely fitting the NRS. But that doesn't mean we can't, customize it a little bit for Nye County. And what I'll do is I will take that feedback that you gave me, Chair, and figure out some language that will capture the essence of the idea that you have there, and then work with the DA and the department heads and come back.
Okay, and also the feedback from the other commissioners as well.
Of course.
To satisfy and hopefully get the buy-in. Let me open this up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Director Bowling.
Tom Bowling, B-O-L-L-I-N-G, Director of Public Works. My department has roughly 70 employees that are in the field. Annually, according to Appendix A, they would have to be trained on 38 different tasks, 38 different trainings, which would cost my department over $60,000 just to train them. Is there any thought being put into maybe risk management paying for part of that training? Or because I understand that the road department, I'm short as it is on funding, as is every other department, and training is vital. Training is something we have to do. I'm not going to say let's not do it, but we got to figure out how we're going to pay for this. That's the big thing. And that's not just in my department, that's in all departments. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody on the phone? Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you.
One quick question.
One moment, please. Hearing and seeing no public comment and Pahrump and Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. Turn it over to you, Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, I'd just like to know who works for the county. Who is my employer? Okay. I'm an employee of who? Now, we're the boss of the county manager and the staff, so who do we have to go to, other than the people out here? Who do we have to go to find out or be an employee of? In other words, you can't have it both ways. So
I report to the voters. The ones who put every one of us here, that's who I report to.
Yeah.
And I don't need
Exactly.
extra oversight.
Exactly. So how can we say anybody's our boss here and we're employees of who in this county?
Well, there can be some consideration to, under definitions, it reading elected officials are not considered employees concerning this policy. That's simple. And if we choose to take those, these trainings, that's our choice. It's not mandated. Thank you.
Absolutely, just like in a lot of other things we do.
Because what would they do to us if we don't take it?
Exactly.
They can't fire us.
Who can fire us?
They can't.
Correct, and I think each department head will have a whole lot to say about these.
Yes.
And it's nothing against risk management, because I believe in what you do. So.
Very interesting that this has come up. I had no idea that this would be part of our conversation.
I don't think any of us did.
A number of $60,000 was thrown out at us for training. $60,000 could be one individual that gets hurt in the county.
What I'll do with this is, and I appreciate all the feedback, and so I'll take this question about the employee definition back, and I'll have to work with the DA to figure out what the details are of that, because obviously that has some ramifications, and also what the Public Works Director said about the cost. I think that we can have a discussion about that as well. So. And have an understanding, because it's really important that we understand the purposes of the risk management budget, especially when we're in a self-insured retention position. So, while it may appear that there's a lot of money in that budget, well, it's there for a reason. So we got to be very careful about depleting that budget. Otherwise, we leave ourselves exposed. And so, but those are important discussions, and I'll have those discussions.
Well, there's a big difference in the liability of the job that we do sitting up here versus the job that Public Works does. That's liability. Fire department liability, police department liability, and since we're bosses all over all them, do we make them bosses over us and throw us all into the big lump, or do we do the job we were elected for, which is to see to it that your policies go forward to the proper departments? So that's all I have to say.
So that being said, I think probably we need to continue this item. I'm wondering if continuing it to the August 15th meeting is long enough
I guess the question
for you to
would
be able to.
Question would be why do we need to continue it? Just have them bring it back at some point in time. We don't even have to vote on it.
There you go.
We don't even
Just
have
let
to.
it die?
Yeah, I think that would be,
Clean
that'd
it
be
up.
appropriate. One less thing we have to make a motion on.
There you go. I have one comment, though.
Do we have a problem with that?
If that can be done, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to take action on anything.
Thank good.
My hat's off to you. The conversation you and I had a week or so ago. Great work.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Risk Manager. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Janie, were we able to get, yes? Okay. Number 35, please, Manager.
Item 35 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2023-19, a resolution to augment and amend the 2022-2023 budget of Nye County, State of Nevada. Fund 10209 Airport Fund in the amount of $345,904. Fund 10214 Pahrump Museum Fund in the amount of $26,000. Fund 10215 Tonopah Museum Fund in the amount of $9,500. Fund 10220 Room Tax Fund in the amount of $38,000.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Jordan for the record. In front of you, there's 4 funds to be augmented. 2 of them we've discussed, which are our museums, and of course, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. The airport and the room tax are more of a housekeeping item. the board had agreed to augment the airport fund on February 22nd, and this is the receiving of those funds into the actual airport fund. So it's more of a cleanup item. And the room tax, happy to report that room tax, we're receiving more revenue into that fund, but in turn we then have to send portion of it to the state. So as not to have a violation of over expenditures, we need to augment that fund.
So
Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
When I was approached by the Pahrump Museum, they indicated that they needed a one-time $12,500 boost. It's went to $26,000. Do we have explanation as to why? And is this yearly or?
This, as I'm prepared this for both of the museum, is a one-time transfer or augment to that fund or to those two funds. I'm not sure at that time where the number was. Maybe it was the time of year, their forecast of their salaries and benefits. But as I've forecasted, obviously, we're at the end of the fiscal year. And in order for them not to be in violation, that $26,000 give them a little bit of a cushion, but not very much. So this is to finish the fiscal year.
And the $20,000 was a guess. They had no idea until she went through the process and actually looked at where they were at as far as level was concerned. So that's why it's at that number.
So do we have an exact accounting of the salaries and all that?
We do.
Absolutely.
We do. And the way both of these funds operate, the Pahrump Museum and the Tonopah Museum, they receive a portion of the property tax revenue as well as net proceeds. If you recall, net proceeds were receiving nothing, which of course in turns do affect these funds as well. That compiled with so the short of revenue and as well as their salaries and benefits. Now, both of those museums can decide what the funds can be used for. The tax dollars are deposited into their fund, and they can utilize it, whether it's for their salaries and benefits or any services that they provide. Both of the museums do tend to utilize that for their salaries and benefits, and Nye County does not control their personnel within there.
Thank you for that.
So Chair, Liz, this was based on a proportionate that we've agreed to as far as what each one of the disciplines would get for the museums.
Correct. There was in 2019, I believe, and I can get the actual date, but there was a portion that was split from the Nye County General, and it was before it was deposited into one fund, which was 10214. There were internal issues between both museums, so the decision was to split both museums and in turn split that percentage of that tax rate between both museums. And that's how that tax rate came to be.
Well, they're very important to have, obviously. I was surprised I didn't know it was an ongoing thing.
When I spoke with them, they said there are a lot of things that need to be improved outside, the housings they have there, a lot of the antique stuff and everything, and they're trying to organize, and so they need money for that desperately. I know they get some donations, which helps, but I don't think they're very much at all to not to be able to do any decent projects with.
And just again to clarify, this is a one-time for fiscal year 23 for both of those museums. For fiscal year 24, I will have conversations with. I've had conversations with Pahrump Pahrump Museum with one of the staff members there, but I need to expand that a little further to maybe their boards, so they understand a little bit further on their situation. So for fiscal 24, the budget has been reduced, and essentially the board, that those museums will have to live within that budget.
Okay, thank you. So at the, I want to say the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, we had some questions. We wanted to know the why. Why are we at, Commissioner Boskovich, why are we here now, this is back then, and in the situation that we're in with the museum and their request? And unfortunately, from my conversation with the director of the museum, the phones were down that day, and she was unable to call in and give an explanation. So to ensure that, and there's transparency and we have clarification, I believe we have Marilyn on the phone, the director of the Pahrump Museum, because as she said to me, and me asking and speaking with her, so many things have come up in the last year, so many things have come up in the past few years, and it's just caught up to us now. And I said, I understand, but I'd like you to be on the phone to at least express and explain what those situations are. So do we have, could we get Marilyn on the phone, please?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Marilyn Davis, Marilyn. Davis is Davis, and yes, I am the director of the Pahrump Valley Museum. We have reached out to each of the commissioners with the issues that we have. I have to correct several things that was just said. We don't have the ability to move our money anywhere we want. We have an MOU with the county that states our salaries must be paid through our county funds. So above and beyond anything else, that's the first thing that has to be paid. We don't make enough money, okay, to pay the salaries. And Tonopah has the same problem. That's why the money's going into salaries, because that's the only thing that can be paid. Back in February of 2020, the commissioners decided to cut our tax rate to support the airport fund. So we got cut 0.0014, and they received 0.0015. That's pretty much where everything happened. When you cut the people who are at the very, very bottom, there's nothing to expect that they aren't going to have enough money. The division was in 2021 during COVID, where they separated, where again, the commissioners decided to separate out the money, and we got 60%, Tonopah got 40, according to how much each area brings money in. Okay, so that's some of the issues that we're facing. If you just want to look, I do a lot of research. We started this past fiscal year in the negative. I'm looking at the July report, the Treasurer's report, and we were already $296.99 starting. That was in June. But I have a budget, and I work off my budget. And my budget expense report told me that we had more money. When I got my budget, I was told that we had a rollover beginning balance of $6,645. But yet when I look at the Treasurer's report, that money never made it into our account. We've gone that whole year like that, where we're always in the negative because as we're bottom of the list, we aren't getting the money trickling down. Same with Tonopah. So if you even look at the Treasurer's report from April that you just got in this meeting, okay, it says that we're in the negative $11,344.08. And yes, I'm looking at the little itty bitty print. But my budget and all my expenses, I went through all my expenses for the whole year, and it tells me my budget that I have $3,917.33 left as of the end of April. Okay, so we're not getting money coming in. I'm trying very hard, and I know so is Tonopah, to stay within our budget. But it doesn't help if the money doesn't hit the account. Okay? We came to the commissioners and saying, yeah, we're going to be over 12. Okay, we're going to be about $12,000 over, meaning May and June's salaries. I don't know if it's feasible that everybody else gets COLA, everybody else gets step increases, but we get cut. Our salaries have to be cut so that we fit within the budget. I don't know if that's the right way we should be doing things. Okay? This museum, last year, we saw over 8,800 people come in the door. Of that, there were 18 different countries. And for the first time, I've been here 10 years, for the first time in 10 years, we had every single state in our museum come through our museum. Do you want to close us? Do you want the person who's here 50 hours a week working all the time to be cut down to nothing? And that's what I'm hearing that we need to cut. I've put a call into the DA's office to see if there's something we can work within our MOU that maybe we as the museum, if I work harder and bring in more money, maybe I can then put money into our account so I can pay myself. I don't know. I got no call back. I don't know what that's about. Is this going to be a one-time thing? Probably not, because as Liz said, she cut our budget again. So our budget going forward, we got cut almost $9,000. If you want me to stay within that budget, that means I have to take a $1,500 a month cut in my paycheck. So what do we do? That's the problem. That's the question.
Well, my question for you, and I apologize, was just simply that I was given a figure to begin with, but now I understand that that was just a rough estimate, and we're where we are. So I don't believe any of us want to get rid of the museum at all.
Well, maybe you need to get rid of me then, and the people who work up in Tonopah, because we're the problem. We want to be paid. I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm here 60 hours a week.
I don't even think
I'm not here. I'm at home.
I think that's very reasonable.
You know? So that's our problem right now. And since we're at the bottom, and that's why it's coming up 26,000. I knew I was over 12,000. I knew the pay period for May and June would put us over about 12,000. But when you start looking that we're not getting money put into our account, that then takes us up to the 26. So we don't want to be in the red again when the auditor sees us.
Could I ask a question of the director? Marilyn?
That's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who determines how much you guys make? Who has control of that?
The board of directors at the museum.
Okay, so can you tell me what...
I am not an employee of the county, Donna.
Oh, I understand that.
I'm just trying I don't get insurance. I just get a salary.
Okay.
And in the 10 years that I have been here, I've only had 4 raises. I don't even get a raise every year. I didn't get a raise this year. So it's not like I'm asking a lot of this. I think we're very, I don't ask for a lot, but I do ask to be able to make my ends meet also.
Okay, so you go to your board and they determine how much you make per hour or per day, or so. I get an hourly salary, and we looked at the budget. We looked at where we could be in the budget for this year, and that's between myself and Fernando, who is my part-time clerk. He has to be we at least have to meet minimum wage.
Minimum wage is going to be $11.25. I think he's, going to be in that area. They decide. We don't just throw numbers out in the air. We look at the budget. We try to figure out what's the reasonable amount that's going to stay within our budget. But we did that, and then the budget, and we did that in May last year. The budget came out, and so we're a little over. This coming year, we're going to, obviously, when you cut salaries from, let's see, where's my page? I think they cut it from 65 down to 55.
So you don't get...
I'm going to have to take a major
Chair, can I call point of order?
Salary.
I call point of order, Chair.
Okay, so, but they
Donna,
don't...
I'm going to call point of order. We're here to talk about agreeing to these numbers that are on our page here. I understand all the other conversation's great. It's either we move this item someplace else, or we vote for what we have here. If you don't like what we have here, then we need to come back to later on. But we need to make a decision. Right now, we're talking about people's salaries and other things. We need to get back to what's on the agenda.
Yeah, I think we're trying to find out if it's enough. I mean...
There's other considerations that we can talk about later on, because obviously there's some other issues, and I think the comptroller needs to go give us some more input.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. And I appreciate, and thank you, Marilyn, director of the museum.
Thank you.
I appreciate the point of order. I also appreciate, and you can appreciate, that the commissioners have had questions that the people have been asking of why are they asking for this and why are we here now? And I think it was pretty clear. I think there was a misunderstanding. I know there was a misunderstanding. We're not trying to cut anything, Director. We're trying to help you sustain so it's viable, the museum stays alive, okay? That was a misunderstanding that we're not trying to cut. So we did get a clear picture. I think the commissioners, their questions have been answered, okay? And now back to the point of order. We're back on track, and we understand the why. So at this time, I don't believe I opened up public comment. I'll open it up at this time. Please stay on the line, Director. Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I had the exact same question that Commissioner Boskovich had about, well, we're at 11,344 and change, and we're asking for 26. What's the true up? So, that goes back to my earlier comment about forecasting. What is the treasurer's report? What does the comptroller's report says? And what's happening with the budget? And that's, for me, that's the key point. For the decision here, we have a Pahrump museum that is currently a little bit impacted by the work that's being done on Basin. So I'm sure the attendance is not as high as it could be. And it's certainly not as high as when we had the Wild West extravaganza there. So there's certain things that they've lost in benefit from the community, what they have now. So as you go through that, take that in consideration, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, is there anybody on the phone besides the director, please?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Herman Lewis, Lewis. Chairman, please get to the bottom of this. I know you will. I know the museum is very important to the commissioners as it is to the entire community. I'm a member. I do 2-year memberships, which jokingly is my life membership. But Marilyn Davis is a tremendous asset, not just to the museum, but to the community. She's not just the director, she's an educator. She does wears so many hats beyond just being the director over there. We cannot afford to lose her, and we certainly should never shortchange her. So whatever dysfunction is going on, please get to the bottom of it so we can save that team. Because without Marilyn, it wouldn't be the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment. Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone. I'll close public comment. I will entertain a motion for all four items. At the same time.
Chair, make a motion to adopt Resolution 2319 for funds 10-209, 10-214, 10-15, and 10-220 for the amounts noted, each item.
Second.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye. Number 35 passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Director.
And Liz, we need to, well, I guess we as a collective need to understand a few things.
I do.
Based on what you were saying, some issues there we need to look at.
Yeah, and I can address those. If you want to reopen that item, I can go a little bit further. But I could speak to Marilyn and speak with the board as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Number 36, please, Manager.
Item 36 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject budget transfer of appropriations between functions within Nye County General Fund 10101 and Nye County Ambulance Fund 10282.
Chair, I had a question on this item, and maybe I'm just a little bit not understanding something, but this says Nye County, and it says ambulance fund, and mainly the ambulance fund drives out of the town?
Nye County does have an ambulance fund as well. So we do have a town of Pahrump ambulance, and we have a Nye County ambulance that support all the volunteer ambulance services within Nye County.
That's what I wanted to hear.
So if any other questions, but I will go through both of the funds. General fund, there are several departments within the general fund that will need a augment, and I can either go through each one of them, or if the board has any questions on a specific one. We did also, the comptroller's office saw less expenditures on salaries and benefits, mainly because we did not have a comptroller for a part of the year. So we were able to reduce that budget and be able to allocate it to other departments that needed it. There are a department, for example, the clerk's office. We do need to augment, mostly because of additional postage and purchases for the election. However, the clerk's office does receive a refund or reimbursement back from the state. However, we don't know what that amount needs to be. So instead of causing a department violation, we make it whole, and then as we receive the funds from the state, we put it back into the general fund. So that's how we take care of that item. Of course, buildings and grounds, we had issues with electricity going up, which hit all our general fund facilities, which of course impact buildings and grounds. We also brought in 2 buildings online in fiscal year 23, and that was the one-stop shop, which was offset from vacating that building. However, we also have the shelter, and so I moved some of the funding around from the shelter over to buildings and grounds to cover some of those expenditures, because they are expense from buildings and grounds. Any particular one that the board wants me to, that had questions on?
So what was the total?
So your total for a transfer, so this is not an augmentation, this is transfer moving expenditures within the general fund. But in total, you can find that on page
3.
1 second, on page 9, on the top right-hand side, page 9, you'll see the 949,000 that it's moving between the general fund departments, as well as you'll see that augment to the airport fund that was done earlier in the year, the 345,000. That's in there as well. I included page 10 on the top right-hand side to show the items that were paid out of contingency earlier in the year as further backup. One other department, if I may point out, the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office had several vacancies during the part of the fiscal year, about half of the fiscal year. Now I know he's fully staffed, so next year will be completely different, but we were able to pull some of the budget from his department for salaries and benefits and reallocate it into other departments they needed. Other judicial, you can see there's that augment that was approved earlier in the year when we brought in a public defender, a new public defender into Nye County, so that it's also shown on there. Any questions from the board?
I have no more questions, Chair. Sorry.
No more questions? Any questions for Liz? Please, Commissioner Cox? Commissioner Boskovich?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Commissioner Strickland? Thank you. I have one question for you or the district attorney. On page 10, on the bottom, augmentation for $25,000 for grand jury expenses. It was requested, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we ever put a grand jury in place.
No.
That is correct. We do have it as a placeholder, so that in the event that we do have a grand jury, that we have those funding set aside for it.
The $25K has been there since 2014.
Can we transfer that to my budget now that she's taken all the rest of my money?
I was wondering if we could cut you some.
No, we just need to get a grand jury going.
I'm sorry, Mr. Didier, that's way off the topic.
That is not included. So that is the general fund. I do want to touch a little bit on the Fund 10282, which is the Nye County Ambulance. We do have a debt that we are paying out of this fund, and that is for the purchase of one ambulance that we did several years ago. I want to say it was 2020. And we had originally had this in the services and supplies. However, this is a transfer that happens into our debt management fund, so I needed to do a cleanup item there, moving it from services and supplies into operation transfers to be able to correctly move that monies into the debt service fund.
This is the proper venue to do that. I mean, we got our butts chewed once before for not having an opening meeting on moving and transferring stuff. So this is a good way of making sure it happens.
Yeah. Some of these are cleanup items and making sure that we are within the guidelines for DTAX.
Thank you, Liz. If there are no other questions for our comptroller, I will open this up for public comment at this time. And do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, BOHANNON. When I was going through, as you read through, you read the detail, and then it gets to the summary at the end of the section. So you're going through things like general, judicial, public safety, etc. The big hit that I saw was primarily around the services. That was where most of it was. Salary took a 5% hit on the sheriff's department, but I think we all are comfortable with that from what I hear out here. But the services were a big hit. I think it was $770,000 on the total versus $410 on the salaries adjustments, with $360 being from the sheriff's department. So there's big hits happening on the adjustments, and if I recall from conversations earlier in the year, we know that the supplies was going to be higher because of what was happening with inflation, what was happening with the interest rate. So that's part of that forecasting mentality that I've taken the look at. Yeah, that's really an expected value coming through with that increase. Salaries, of course, we'll have to adjust for that too. But that's where the forecasting aspect comes in. From the standpoint of, are we doing what's appropriate to have a clean audit? Absolutely. So I'm all in favor of that part. As far as forecasting and looking at the future, what's happening with the interest rates, where are we going? I'd like to see us take a look at that a little bit closer and tune that up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment on the phone, Pahrump and Tonopah, will close public comment. Entertain a motion, please.
Motion, go ahead.
That's okay. Motion to amend the General Fund 10101 and the Nye County Ambulance Fund 10282.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote, please.
Boskovich, aye.
Aye.
Rose, aye.
Aye.
Number 36 passes 5-0.
Thank you, Liz.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And number 37, please.
Item 37 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve entering into a memorandum of understanding with the Bureau of Land Management to participate as a cooperating agency in the National Environmental Policy Act for the Western Solar Programmatic Environmental Impact Statement Update.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Megan Labadie, Labadie. I'm with the Natural Resources Department. As discussed, this is an MOU that we'd like to enter in with BLM so that we can be at the table with BLM to update their 2012 Western Solar Programmatic EIS. I want to make note that this isn't a solar developer looking to, develop a solar facility on land in Nye County. This is a program for BLM for them to assess what kind of lands are going to be available for solar development across 6 western states and potentially expand it into 11 western states. So we'd like to be at the table for that conversation, and I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification as well. Commissioner Cox?
Nothing.
Commissioner Carbone?
Appreciate you taking on that task between you and Lorinda. The key thing is to make sure they understand what we don't want solar. Period.
Thank you. Commissioner Boskovich?
Like right next to every freaking highway.
Commissioner Strickland?
Megan, thank you again. You're right on top of this. It's important to us. We know what you do behind the scenes. Thank you.
Let them know that we don't have water issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. I'm going to open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Williams? Aaron Pahrump?
Good afternoon. Helene Williams, Williams. I do ask that whoever goes to the table with the Bureau of Land Management, let them understand that Nye County has some serious water concerns. It's not just Basin 162, it's 230. Property just went to bid in 230. One company had to ask for the item to be stopped so that they could get permission from their management team in New York to continue bidding beyond their 23 million. They lucked out when Nevada Energy went to 45 million. Now that might be good for Nye County when it comes to property evaluations. Ranches, I really kind of don't see that either, but this money, is this what this is about, is money? Because it looks that way. It's not about water. It's not about what we, the people, want with our land. And this is from a personal standpoint. No other position. Personally, I'm disgusted that an agency of the country that I live in and love and am proud to be a citizen of is playing these kind of financial miserable games. Breaks my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clark, here in Pahrump, please.
Do you know what she says? You guys already know. Linda Clark, I almost forgot again, Bruce. 7 CLARK. This solar thing is such a farce. They come up with these things that say, well, we don't need your money, we don't want your water, we just want to do a study, we want to have an impact. No, that's not what they want. They want to have you say, yeah, it's okay, you can do solar here, the people in our community don't care, we don't need the water. We all know that's not true. And I'm kind of getting sick of BLM Day. I mean, I wish they would just go and disappear. Stay out of our state. They're doing nothing here that helps us. And anything to do with them, solar, any of these proposals that say, well, we're just going to do this, we're going to do that. No, 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 no. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lane, here in Pahrump, please.
Mr. Jabbour, you amaze me with remembering everybody's names. I have a hard time remember my own sometimes. I gotta say, I've had friends that dealt with BLM. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Priscilla Lane, L-A-N-E. I've had friends that dealt with the BLM at the time when we had the Spring Mountain Alliance. We all have a name here of Mr. Senior, who just passed away years ago. He was the keeper of the well. He tried so many times to work with the BLM. It never worked. Our head of our group went all the way back to D.C. to deal with the BLM. Spent all that money, got 3 guys to certify for darting the mayors. She went through everything, and they turned around and they backstabbed her. For what it's worth, the BLM cannot be trusted. You can't take for what they say. They're going to use whatever means to get whatever they want. And that's the thing. And they don't care how they get it. And the thing is, they benefit from everything than what we get. And as it is, they're the ones that separate in our country because of what they're doing and all this stuff they're doing. And because they lease our land, they sell our land, they go on and on. But keep in mind, you can't trust them because there's a devil within them, and they're going to take advantage of you in every which way. Because I've been with friends that have dealt with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
The amount
MOU, NTS. I want to first say that I get what the agenda item is and to be at the table for negotiating, hopefully nothing, because we don't want it here. And thanks to Frank for mentioning that. A lot of people don't understand that you're getting on these boards and having conversations so you know what's going on. And I think that's smart. But the smartest thing to me is you commissioners, will you please let Helene Williams in on this, because she's our water girl, so that she could go to those meetings as well or have a report and, save our water for the people. But other than that, yeah, please repeat that to the people, because some people are going to watch this later, that you want a place at the table so you know what's going on, and they understand that Nye County does not want solar farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I'm not going to bang on BLM, but I am. I did have an opportunity to talk with Megan yesterday and get a little bit of the background and the thoughts. We know that this is not just about Pahrump from the agreement, but it's also Nye County and all the potentially 11 states. So the question we need to ask ourselves, do we have anything to gain from it? And as we've seen, as groups come through time and time again, does it benefit all? No, it doesn't. Does it benefit California energy? Yes. Do we get tax revenue coming in? No, we lose, 80% of the tax potential is off the table before we even get started. So are we going to benefit from that? I'm not sure where. The consumption of water and from what I've seen and what I've heard, potentially misstatements of how much water consumption there will be, and not really a clean accounting of that, that's an issue. As we saw in Rough Half many months ago, did they even have the economics to back it up? No, they didn't. And were they trying to ram it through? Yes, they were. What about recovery of land? Well, no, there's not really. There's supposed to be guarantees. That's got to be declarations. So if you do go forward with this, and I'm guessing you probably won't, but if you do, declaration of recovery of land absolutely has to be a piece of this puzzle. What's happening? Energy for Nevada. What are we getting? Are we getting anything? No, we're not. Tax revenue, I already covered that piece. When they go through a decommission plan, is that decommission plan funded through escrow? How is it funded? What happens if they go belly up? Well, then we've got all these panels sitting out in somewhere that aren't going to go away. Now, I'm a fan of energy. I grew up in oil and gas. I'm a fan of energy as a whole. Do I like energy? Yes, I do. Do I think it's vital? Do I think it's important for America? Yes, I do. But there's got to be good balance in between environmental, economic, benefit for all, and I've seen none of that through most of these, if not all of these, coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jim here in Pahrump, please.
Eddie Jim, J-I-M's last name. Transparency is a major problem with this BLM. They won't tell you the truth. I don't know where you're going to gain a MOU here. I've dealt with this BLM for many, many years. They're not truthful. They've really gone rogue in the last few years. They don't let you know what's coming up or anything. So I don't know what we're going to gain here with the MOU. But that's all my comment is. Transparency is another thing that we have. You get good BLM agents, and if you're too good, you're gone. I've noticed that. Even in their offices, if you help people, you're gone. You're promoted somewhere else. So it's just a chain in a circle. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Leah Aldridge, Aldridge. When it comes to solar, I have one word, Solyndra. Just remember what a boondoggle that was. And also, when it comes to the BLM, just remember what we went through at the Bundy Ranch. Look what they did out there. They put those poor guys in prison for years, and they got set free. They won their case, okay? But remember what the BLM did? They shot Mr. Bundy's prize bulls from helicopters and buried them in shallow graves trying to hide their crimes. We should never consider doing business with the BLM ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Yes, it's on. Mike Fender, F-E-N-D-E-R, like on a car, and a couple of you already know who I am. I want to state, I agree with everybody and all the comments that other people have said, but what's most important here with this MOU is that we have a good person there to listen to what they have to say, and so we have a table to say what we want to say or what you want to say. This is most important. You've heard the term, keep your enemies close. Unfortunately, the BLM is not a happy partner sometimes. So anyway, just briefly, that's where I want to touch that. But this is mighty important to stay on top of this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. Commissioners, I'll entertain
All
a
right,
motion.
so let's motion to approve entering into an MOU with BLM as a cooperating agency for the NEPA process in regards to Western Solar Pragmatic Environmental Impact Statement update.
Second with a comment.
Yes, Commissioner.
As long as we have at least a weekly review or a monthly review that tells us where we are in the process, is that acceptable? Okay.
Yes, definitely direction to staff to bring back what's going on. Sounds very reasonable.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a question for staff or whoever can answer the BLM lady.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner. I'm sorry. I have to.
What did I say wrong?
Megan Larrabee works for us here in the county. She does not work for the BLM.
Oh, okay.
She works for us.
Every time we speak about BLM.
She will be our representative to go and be at the
Okay,
table
so maybe she
if we
can
approve
answer this.
Okay.
It's still, whatever. I
Don't
just
shoot the
want to know
messenger.
why we have to do an MOU in order to have a seat at the table, because we know that the NEPA, everybody can speak to the NEPA.
An MOU is required for every environmental review that we do, and it's so that we don't share information that's ongoing with other entities.
Well, because you or I or anybody can fill out their form and say, you know, we don't support this, or we ask this question, or whatever. So I'm just curious if anybody can explain to me why we have to have an MOU. Why can't we just go to the table and do our thing and speak and bring back whatever you need to bring back, obviously, to us? Would you be the person going there? Would you be the person?
Yeah, I'm the point of contact in the MOU as well as Director Wickman.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm just kind of confused because as persons, we've done NEPA processes before, and we just filled them out and we just handed them in, and that was the end.
They always require an MOU.
So, okay. Well, I know us as a board, but I'm saying as an individual, individuals can do the NEPA process without.
They can do the public comment period.
Yes.
And the public draft of the environmental statement, but there's a lot that happens in between those places, and that's where it
So is this going above
private.
and beyond what the average citizen is allowed to do versus, I mean, is that what you're trying to say? We have to do this in order to have the place at the table, because I know we've had places at the table before, without,
Yeah, we're invited as interested stakeholders.
okay, so, okay, just so that people know out there, though, that they can actually fill out and submit their own grievance without going to us, right?
That's
They just
correct.
do their
Yeah,
thing.
they can do that directly with BLM.
Okay. That was just a question I had.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Megan. If there's no further questions for Megan, I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Carbone, aye.
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 Jabbour's aye.
Aye.
Number 37 passes 5-0. Megan, you know you have your marching orders, and you'll have to be aggressive and represent us here in Nye County well. And I know you will, because I've been in your company at the last conference.
And feedback.
And
Feedback, yeah.
And I'd like you to know that we're not the only ones that feel this way, because I happened to find my notes, and it was Elko County that put in the complaint and said, we need to give the land back to the people. So I didn't catch the commissioner's name, but he knows who he is up there if you wanted to talk to him.
I believe his last name is Dahl.
Yeah, you're right.
Chairman
That rings a
Dahl
bell
out of
now.
Elko.
Yep.
Yes.
Now that you've mentioned it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, that was for him. Number 38, please, Manager.
Item 38, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve, amend, and approve or reject a request from the National Association of Counties and Nevada Association of Counties to contribute $120,000 toward the National Center for Public Lands, and 2, authorize the comptroller to determine a funding source.
Hello again, Board. This is Megan Labadie, Labadie. The National Association of Counties and Nevada Association of Counties are requesting a one-time contribution from Public Lands Counties to fund a National Center for Public Lands in perpetuity. The purpose of the center is to compile data and research based on each individual county's lands, and in an effort to support county needs such as more PILT funding, better wild horse and burrow management, multiple uses of public lands, just to name a few of their goals. They'll write county profiles to focus on partnerships with various entities to reduce wildfire risks, create responsible energy and mineral development, and improve public access to federal lands and protect watersheds, again, just to name a few examples of their goals. Nye County, this information could be invaluable to Nye County. We could use it to provide proof of impacts to the county due to actions taken on federal lands. And it would really broaden our voice at the table for federal agencies and other entities when it comes to factual data and needs based on our public lands. The center's governing board will have the ability to appoint research subcommittees made up of county officials, and county officials then in turn can oversee the priorities of the center that they make on a yearly basis and their research efforts. The contribution is 1% of the local assistance funding for each county. Ours happens to be $120,000. And I think that basically summarizes the purpose of the center. I'll be happy again to take questions.
I don't have questions, but I have several comments if you'd stick with me, Megan. Board, I guess you knew I was going to be passionate about this one. I would hope that you can support this, and I'm going to tell you why. First off, the funding source is always the most interesting part, right? We worry because we're trying to figure out where we're going to find money for this and money for that. Well, I can thankfully say that our funding source for PILTs this year, you know, our payment in lieu of taxes, that is what the feds, the government, pays us for our lands within our county. We received $3.84 million, and we budgeted $3.7 million, leaving $140,000, and we need $120,000. So basically, PILTS is self-funding the organization that I'd like to ask you to support, the center. Why? All right, so you've got 546,810 acres of land that is not controlled by you. You only control 2% of the lands. 2%. Do you collect taxes on that's not PILTS? Of that, they gave you $3.846 million, 8.3, let's just call it $8.34 million. Do you realize that that's 45 cents an acre? Are you happy with that? Is that good enough for you? I don't think so either. And we cannot fund this out of this other fund that you did mention, because this is going to be a lobbying organization. We're going to put these people to work to go get us more money. We cannot run a county on 2%. It's ridiculous that we've been able to sustain ourselves this long. Everybody needs more money. Sheriff needs more money. Public Works needs more money. Everybody needs more money.
Community needs more money.
I mean, come on. And you're not being greedy. The fact is that all of these are being underpaid. We're the poorest county because we've got such a large land mass that we're trying to take care of. I believe this center, maybe I'm wrong, but it didn't cost you but one time $120,000 to have a resource that we could use, that potentially can bring you more funds, more ears on the ground to help us get done what we need to get done. We got horse issues. We got water issues. Let's stop letting them push us around, and let's fund the center so that we can have another voice at the table. Thank you for listening.
Commissioner Boskovich.
I don't have anything yet.
Okay. Commissioner Cox?
Well, I can stand by Debra because I've known these facts for a long time, and that's why I keep yelling, we're not getting enough money for our land. Bring our land back, and we can sell it to these people for millions of dollars that are now wanting to do solar energy, lithium, whatever, and we can make sure it's done in the right locations or not done at all. Which I don't even want to go there right now, but that's the way I feel about it. Or we can start new projects. So $120,000 is that a one-time thing, by the way, or is this something?
It is a one-time contribution.
Okay, something they want to do year after year. But this might just get us the support and information and everything that we need in order to get our lands back. I think all we have to do is tell them to give our lands back, because as far as I know, the sheriff is supposed to be like the boss of the entire county, and so therefore he can go directly to them and tell them that we're done with them. Whoops, we want to do our own thing, and then we could take some money and put it into starting another department, and we could all do our thing. So even if we lost it, it's not that much money to worry about it, because it's well worth the try.
Especially since PILTS is actually paying for it, because we budgeted what we budgeted and we got this much. So it's a place where it can come from. So it's self-funding.
But I know that BLM in the past has sold some of this property for $20 million an acre.
Oh, yeah.
So here we sit, letting them just, I mean, what they're paying nothing compared to what they're making.
Commissioner Carbone.
Couple of questions. One is the 120,000 required.
The total fundraising amount is $15 million, and they wanted to collect that over a period of 2 years. I'm not sure when that started, but we received an invoice in February.
So they're looking for the money kind of like now.
Well, they do want a commitment of per state by the time the National Association of Counties has their conference at the end of July.
Okay, when are we receiving PILT?
We received actually PILT a week ago.
Okay, and?
As Commissioner Strickland pointed out, we did budget $3.7 million, and we received 3.8. So we're receiving 143,946.
Right, which is great. And to some of the other questions that were made, if anybody recalls, when Governor Sandoval was actually the governor, we attempted to take the land back from BLM. Unfortunately, the folks that were up in Carson City said we couldn't manage it. So the reason why we didn't take it back. We said we'd take a little bit of it at a time. That never happened either. So just remember, if we do this, let's not be the same situation that we had back then. We're either going to go forward and take the land back and learn how to manage it, or don't even play in the game.
I can support that.
That's the only reason I would agree to that money. Been through this more than once. It's not a good thing. It's a bad feeling when you're pressing on and ready to make a move and then be told, no, we can't manage it, so we don't have the money or the people. We don't want to do it.
Well, can you imagine, you're correct. Let's say that we took it in pieces. And let's say, like, for instance, Amargosa right now wants to entertain solar in their area, and we're getting 44 cents an acre. And we said, oh, geez, solar company, we're going to charge you $100 an acre. You know, just imagine. So and then realistically, it should be $400 an acre because that's what most people are paying around town. But we have the ability to say, sure, go ahead and put that solar on that, give that back to us, and we'll lease it to them. We can handle that.
So we need to make sure this group is going to go forward and has the what to do it, fortitude.
Yeah, I'm running out of time. We got to get this done fast.
Fortitude and aggressiveness.
And by the way, the top cop in the county is the DA's office, unfortunately.
That's not what the NRS says.
Okay, that's what it does say.
No, I read it to Sharon.
Okay.
I personally read it to Sharon, and
Okay.
she went and told the BLM.
So with that, let me get back on with Megan.
Oh, yeah, we're
on this. Thank you. The National Center, going through the backup and your presentation and some great questions, and we still have public comment. I just want to make sure, just as in the last item, Megan, that our voice is absolutely heard. This is going to be a lot of commissioners through NACO. You said 11 states, eventually 7 currently, and it'll grow to 11. There's a lot of commissioners, a lot of people at the table, a lot of voices, a lot of opinions, and we need to be aggressive besides our fortitude and make sense and what we want, and we need to be focused, absolutely focused, when we go to these conferences and meetings and we sit down and they listen to us. Okay?
So those 11 states are the ones that are highly BLM controlled.
Is that a yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Well then we need to turn things around if we can.
That's the hope.
That's the hope. So let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioner LEWIS. Commissioner Carbone, you're absolutely right about taking this one piece at a time. But I want everyone to think clearly and carefully about NACO. NACO is not exactly what it appears. They bait and switch us with, oh, we're here to do so much for you. But I remember, I believe Commissioner Cox said when she went to orientation, she ended up leaving. I may be wrong, Donna, but it was more of an indoctrination. And I think Frank Carbone knows very well all about Agenda 21, ICLEI, strong cities, and the full process where they offer you something, there's always strings attached, and then they don't give you back your public lands. But I'm not saying don't to this if you think you can get more value than what you pay out to get it. I'm not saying don't do it. Just know the devil you're dealing with. Because ICLEI, NACO, strong cities, they are all, behind the scenes, they're all Agenda 21, 2030, and not our friends. And, you know, I think if you really want to take back this county and the public lands, you're going to have to do it like Dick Carver. And you're going to have to really have a good game plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
Linda Clark, CLARK.
Thank you.
Again, a ruse. I don't trust any of these people. How many of these other people that are coming are dealing with the same kind of issues that we are? That our lands are being destroyed, they're being taken away from us. We don't have a whole lot to say. They're putting these horrible solar farms on them, destroying things in nature. And what are we getting out of it? Nothing. So how many of those other people that are coming to this meeting are dealing with the same thing that we are, especially the water issue? They may have total different things. Maybe they're more concerned about the horses or the donkeys or whatever. We all are. It's a sad situation with BLM. I don't trust them. I don't trust this problem. I don't care if it's only $120,000 and we have it and we can use it. Why? We don't trust them. All they've done so far is stab us in the back. We haven't got anything to show for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
The Mounts, MOUNTS. This is a little tricky. I don't see how we should give $120,000 to an organization that has never given us our lands back. The other thing, too, though, if it's going to be done, I agree with Frank Carbone. Let them, you know, make sure you put all of the, what's the word? Don't even know what the word is. Put everything out on the table and let them know where you stand. That would be a good thing to do if you're going to vote for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. I certainly think this is a good idea. Why not stand united with other counties, states that are facing the same issue? And Commissioner Strickland, I can't remember the exact number you said we get per acre for PILT. 44 cents an acre. Well, there's 4 parcels on the auction block today. I don't know the results of 2 of them, but I know the first 2 raised $80 million roughly for BLM today, right next to the U.S. Ecology site.
You know what this county can do with that?
Exactly. So that's my point, is I think it's money well spent. So I would definitely urge you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bohan.
We'll take all checks.
I don't care who's top notch of the county at this point. Go get our money.
Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. The way I see it is we have a couple different approaches we can take. We can avoid this, not have anything to do with it, and not have a say. Or we can get in the game. My thought is we're better off getting in the game and shaping the game rather than it shaping us as it has been. I am concerned, though, that we need to assess what is the cost. Like anything, CPA hat on for a second. We need to assess the cost. You know, does that mean forestry? Does that mean parks and recreations? What does that mean? Does that mean water that we may be able to use for the county that are on BLM land that could benefit the whole here and not doing any good today? Do we have anything that we have to worry about in Area 51? You know, those are all concerns, opportunities. I look at it more as an opportunity. Hey, let's assess this thing, let's see what's going on, and let's play it in game. Because if we can shape it in what we want to see, not when somebody else wants to dictate to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lane here in Pahrump, please.
Priscilla Lane, Lane. I gotta say, is we had an issue some time ago with the Spring Mountain Alliance when things were going on up north. The NACO was proven to, they showed that they were one thing, but then when they came to do what they wanted, there was something different. So all I gotta say to you is play with them with caution, because they're another group you have to be very careful with, because they did a number, and I can't remember because it's been so long ago, like around 2000, I want to say 10, maybe. But yes, if you're going to deal with these people, deal it with caution and beware of what's happening up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Mark?
I'd like to make a public comment. I'm just looking at the numbers and trying to figure out how they came up with the $120,000 we've got to pay. I looked at Utah, and Utah, all the counties combined, $815,000. And if you were to divide that by the Utah population and come up with a rate per person, and then multiply that times the number of people in our county, our bill would be around $13,000. So I'm wondering how we came up with the $120,000 piece that we're going to pay versus everyone else. That's all. I don't see any analysis as to how they come up with the bill. I mean, they just threw a number out there that was 1% of what we got, and so how is that relative to everyone else? Are we getting our money's worth? Are we paying more than everyone else? I think it's worth knowing.
We may be paying the full bill out of that,
Yeah,
according to
could be.
what you're saying, and thank you for doing that research.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time.
Commissioner, I do have one request. I know that Commissioner Strickland and we mentioned the PILT funding. However, the funding, the PILT monies that is received is deposited into the general fund. So when the motion is made, the monies will actually be coming from contingency because, like I said, the monies, it goes directly into general fund. So I need to expend it out of contingency.
Understood. Megan, I think there was a direct question that Commissioner Carbone is going to want to ask, and it had to do with the bill that we received. And we realized that they sent us the bill based on 1% of the LAFTA funds. But do you have anything to add?
That's correct.
Question two is, question one, that's question one. Question two is clarify BLM and NACO, because I'm hearing being kind of drawn together, so.
Yes, NACO is not a federal or state agency. It's an association of counties. There's a national level, and then there's a state level, which we have the Nevada Association of Counties, which I'm most familiar with. We work very closely together to support each other. There's a lot of rural counties in Nevada, and so we do share a lot of the same issues when it comes to public lands. To answer your question, it's not based on population, it's based on acreage. And that's how they came up with that amount. So we have the most acreage in the or in the state, so we'll probably benefit the most in terms of data and research in the state.
Very good.
Yeah, that's what part of what the comments were that were kind of confusing to the public. They're not understanding this would be the entity that would help us. We've got Bureau of Land Management, and then we've got the National Association of Counties. These are our people over here to help us with a public land center, which is what our request is.
And we have a very good relationship with them.
Seriously good, like speed dial on the phone.
That's correct.
Yep, they wanted to do this several years ago, and now maybe we can get it back online.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
In our time, maybe, maybe.
Okay, we've heard public comment. We've heard the presentation.
Can I do a motion?
Go right ahead.
All right. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the request from the National Association of Counties and the Nevada Association of Counties to contribute $120,000 towards the National Center for Public Lands and authorize the comptroller to use that money out of contingency.
Second.
Leave me hanging. You wouldn't believe those seconds.
Comptroller, you're satisfied with that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. I have a first motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
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 DeVore's aye.
Good job, commissioners. Let's see where this takes us.
Yes, thank you, Megan. Number 38 passes 5-0. Number 39, please.
Item 39 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request to set a date, time, and location for a public hearing on Nye County Resolution Number 2023-17, a resolution proposing to adopt the 2023 Pahrump Regional Planning District Master Plan Update.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Brett Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R.
Kiana Medici, Q-I-A-N-A, M-E-D-I-C-I.
Kiana, can I stop you guys for a second? It says in the body of this that the recommendation is July 18th and our meeting's July 17th. Is that a typo? Shall we make it July 17th as an effective? public
Yes,
hearing?
if that's the scheduled date, yes.
Thank you, and pardon me.
Just here for any questions. I know there probably usually isn't a whole lot of discussion at this point, but just looking to set a public hearing date. It's already been to the RPC and through that process and was adopted by the RPC. And my understanding is it just needs a ratification from the board. Long time coming.
I've got nothing, I've got no questions for.
Questions for the director or
Kiana's been here all day waiting on us.
Kiana's waited all day to give answers with this presentation.
Kiana.
Okay, let me open it up for public comment then at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, B-O-H-A-N-N-O-N. I know this is just to set a date and time location, but I'm going to be unfortunately out of the country during that time and will want to make comments. What is the process for that, either to regional planning or to the commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment, Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I will close public comment and address Mr. Bohannon. There's a new thing on the market. It's called a cell phone, and you're welcome to call in. Yes, from Israel, as you did the last time. Yes.
It already cost them $2,000 to call in.
And I believe you were in Jericho when you made the phone call. Great reception. Thank you. Back to you, Director.
Director Wagner again, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. I would also talk about that newfangled thing that's actually free called email. That if anybody had some comments, more than welcome to email them to the planning department. We'd be more than happy to include them into the backup for the commissioners.
Perfect.
As long as we get them in time to make Sam happy.
Please get with Mr. Bohannon after.
Chair, I'll make a motion.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to, for this, but before I make the motion, is it possible to maybe include water issues in this plan? Or there's no mechanism for it to be included?
It actually is a section, a chapter of the plan, yes.
Okay, Because I know
Already
there's some,
there.
I know there's some updates that somebody wants to put in there, so. All
No
right.
solutions, just ideas and
Yes.
identifications.
I think they have some
Definitely
things in there.
something that's part of our plan.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to set a time and date and location for July 17th.
Excuse me.
It-
So sorry to interrupt. The meeting date is July 18th. It's Tuesday, July 18th, yes.
I'll make a correction, it's July 18th for Resolution 2023-17. And that would be in Pahrump.
Second.
Who the
I
heck's
think you were
also the
looking at
17th?
2024.
Once we hear this motion, we may need to review something.
Okay. What page are you on, Commissioner, for the?
No, not in regards to this. If we can close this item out, please, and then I'd like to discuss this.
Thank you. Okay. There's no further discussion. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Everybody aye.
Number 39 passes 5-0.
Chair, can we ask Kelly, can you go back to item number 11, and did we have July 17th as the date set on that item? That's what I wrote down. Doesn't mean it was the fact, just saying.
1 second, Commissioner.
Thank you, Kelly.
July 17th, that is correct.
And so that's not the correct date, so we may have to reopen that.
Yes, ma'am, you did say July 17th.
Apologies.
And the 18th is the Tuesday.
Thank you. We will make that correction if you don't mind, Chair.
If I can clarify?
Yes.
The effective date of the bill for item number 11
It's
has
okay.
no
There's
bearing
no
on
effect.
with the.
We're okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay,
We're good.
thank you, thank you.
We made the 17th on several bills
That's
for
fine.
for them to be active.
Okay, so that was, okay, thank you.
Take copious notes.
Yeah, too many notes.
Yeah, Commissioner, the effective dates are by mandate. They're not have anything to
Do with the meeting
coincide with
dates.
meeting dates.
I wasn't sure, I wrote 10 a.m. next to that date too, so I was really sure. to
You're gonna
forget
be
my-
standing there at
By
10:50
myself.
or 9:59, ready?
All by myself, ready for it to be
Commissioner.
enacted.
Commissioner Strickland, you included that in your motion, too, effective at 10 a.m. on that day.
I did, didn't I? That's why I thought we'd point that out. So sorry, so sorry.
All by herself. Okay. Number 40, please.
Item 40 for possible action, discussion and deliberation on E ETSU-23-9, an application to extend the time of an approved tentative residential subdivision map, TM-2019-000017, on approximately 13.93 gross acres defined zone-specific plan and located within Mountain Falls Master Plan Community, aka Planning Area 3-3B. Assessors parcel numbers 046-16128 and 046-16132, Pahrump, Nevada. Paradiso Partners 88 LLC owners. Tanny Engineering agent applicant.
Go ahead, Director.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. So, yes, what this application is them exercising their rights provided by NRS 278.360. In that NRS, there's a requirement once a tentative map is approved, unless there's an approved extension, that they have to bring forward a final map within a period of 4 years. NRS does give an option for the governing body to grant a one-time 2-year extension up to 2 years, so that is what they're asking for. I don't know how familiar you guys are with this particular parcel, but it's a parcel that's half of it was final mapped, back in like 2005, 2006 era. It was a subdivision that went kind of into a zombie status in a sense. There was about 6 homes, maybe 8 homes built, and then the economy obviously did what it did. So it didn't continue. It's now been repurchased It was owned originally by a merchant builder that started building in there. It's now been repurchased by William Lyon and Taylor Morris to continue their product in there. So they're just needing a little time to get things back in order.
Chair? Just a question, does that cover underneath their development agreement?
Yes, yeah, it still falls under the development agreement, whether it's a merchant builder or
Just want to make
William
sure
Lyon.
we make sure we close that loop.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions for the director?
Yeah, I have one. What would happen if we did not approve this?
A lawsuit
Okay, good answer.
and a breach of that development agreement.
That's the reason why I mentioned development agreement. Just everybody
I just want
knew.
everybody to know we've been forced to do this. It's not that we want to, but, oh, God.
Let me open this up for public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion from Commissioner Cox.
You don't really want to do that. I'd get us sued.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend the time for the tentative map, TM 2019-4017, for specific plan located at Plan Area 3-3B.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor if there's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Everybody, aye. Those darn development agreements.
Okay, since I can't get us sued, since I'm going to be the only nay vote, I'm going to vote nay. Just for protest, because I don't like this.
Thank you.
No, I
Number 40 passes 4-1 nay.
I probably voted no then if it was in front of me.
I guess we didn't vote.
Which one?
39.
We did. 5-0.
Okay.
Let me get clarification.
We didn't.
Hold on. I have 5-0 written down. Commissioner Carbone made the motion for July 18th. Commissioner Boskovich seconded, and I have a count of 5-0 for number 39. Who's questioning?
I got something from,
Okay, thank you.
I approved the resolution, and I gave this, originally the 17th, and it was changed to the 18th.
Yes.
Made the clarification that it was going to be in Pahrump. Yeah.
Okay, we're clear? We're good? Number 41, please.
Item 41 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve the purchase of a property needed for expansion of the road department yard consisting of 0.161 acres located at 720 East Zeba Lane, Pahrump, Nevada, assessors parcel number 038202228. 2, proposed compensation for the property to the property owner based on the appraisal. 3, fund from 10205 roads. And 4, direct staff to prepare and record the documentation necessary to transfer the property.
Director?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is the third parcel out of the 9 that we're trying to acquire in that area that we are able to bring forward to you, that we've gotten approval from the homeowner, the property owner, to purchase from them. This one, after appraisal, we came back at $14,000, and so that's what we offered.
That's even less than the last one, I think.
It is. So, and this actually creates a chunk out of the 3 parcels, to the last 2 that you guys approved, and then this one together creates one big chunk that we can actually start moving into if we need to. Of course, I'm gonna have to go through a zoning change.
Submit the proper paperwork, Director.
Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Pay those fees.
And pay those fees.
Yes.
Okay, any questions for Director Bowling?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You notice that picking up those particular parcels, is the most expensive land right now in Nye County, for those little parcels.
They are. They are.
$1,000 for that little tiny spot when you can buy an acre for a little bit less.
Correct, but then we would have to reinvent the wheel, and we'd have to buy how many acres to include what our yard is currently. And this doesn't just benefit us. The light-duty shops are right there, the town B&G, or not town B&G, the facilities is there right there and everything, and we'll all be able to still share, use of this land once we purchase all of it.
I'd love to move all you guys out of there and sell that whole area and make a fortune and put you in a new place, cheaper.
There you go.
That's a possibility, but not on the agenda at this time.
But at least we can purchase it, because there was a time when we tried to purchase it, and I think 2 or 3 of those owners held out, and that's how it ended up getting so expensive. So over time, it probably just keep getting more and more expensive. Could we take it under, maybe
Not quite
500,
that.
maybe 500 an acre, which is probably what the guy paid for it in the first place.
Eminent domain, you're paying fair market value anyway, so you're not getting any break.
Is that fair market value?
That's fair market value is what we're getting right now, and you have to pay
Wow.
that eminent domain, you have to pay the same thing.
No,
Yeah, I
yeah.
understand
After.
that.
Same price, yeah, no matter what.
Yeah. I just didn't realize that was fair market value at this point.
So Chair, once you do public comment, we'll make a motion.
Thank you. Director, let me open this up for public comment at this time.
We did have a
Anybody
question,
on the
since
phone,
we're
please, Sam?
discussing who we are. This is a direction to staff. Am I now staff?
You're not an employee, so you gotta be something.
Sure. Do you even get a paycheck, sir? Did it clear? Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for public comment?
No, Chair.
Okay. And we have Ms. Clark. You're in Pahrump, please.
Linda Clark, CLARK. I just want to know what the value of that land is, just vacant. And did you just say 14,000? That's what we're paying for it? That's what the appraisal was on it? And what else can that land be used for, and what is it zoned? What's it being used for right now? Is it just empty? Okay, so what can it be used for? What is it zoned to be used for?
Whatever.
Not gonna break rules here, but it's for a single-family home.
Okay. All right, so instead of a single-family home, we're making a yard in a
But
really
they'd be
expensive
expanding
area.
into the yard.
The problem is those lots are so small they can't develop on them because they have to have room for a
Yeah, well, who would want next to that?
Yeah, but, yeah, who'd want to live next to it anyway, but
And how
they
close
can't put a well
How
or,
close is it to the other homes there?
they can't put a well and septic tank and water on it, so they would have to, the price of putting utilities on it, nobody will ever build on it.
People that live there? No.
No, there's
What's
no
gonna be
people
going there.
There's no people there. It's right next to the or town property we now have, where the park is, and all of our industrial buildings back there for automotive and buildings and grounds and all of that, right? So,
So no one would really want a house there.
no, and it wouldn't be cost effective to put the utilities to
Okay.
it.
All right, seems like an awful lot of money for,
Well, it'll pay for itself in the long run. It's just kind of gouging us at first. But at least we can expand for the future growth.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment. Number 41.
Oh, shoot, Chair. I'm gonna recluse myself because you don't need me and I never disclosed that I'm a Realtor, so, and I didn't do any of this work, but
You can still make it.
Did you say you were going to disclose or recuse?
I'm gonna recuse
Because?
Because I didn't disclose right up front that I'm a real estate broker.
You can
And
just,
we've heard the whole item.
you can disclose it this time.
I don't think so. My DA's not there. It won't hurt you guys. You can do it without me.
We can.
Thank you. I'm gonna go use the little girl's room.
Make a motion, Chair,
Yes.
to approve the purchase of the property to expand the road department's yard. It's parcel number 038-202-28, and to pay the fair market value of the appraisal and fund it from the 10205 Roads Department, and direct staff to fill out the necessary documentation for the property transfer.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. There's no further discussion. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabbour's aye. Number 41 passes 4 with 1 recusal. And just so you know, the time that you were gone, we all of the commissioners, we got our online real estate license, and we all had to recuse. Number 42, please.
Item 42 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, accept the Community Development Block Grant Award number 23/PF/06 from the State of Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of installing 2 new fuel systems at the Tonopah Airport. In-kind county match of $10,000 and an additional $150,000 in cash match is required. 2, execute the grant agreement, and 3, fund $500,000 to 10340 grants and fund $150,000 to 10209 Airport.
Director?
Commissioners, Tom Bowling, Bolling, for the record. Mr. Darren Tuck would normally take care of this because this is his baby, but he happens to be on vacation this week, so I'm taking care of it. We went up to Carson City for the development block grant awarding selection, and we were hoping to get all 600,000, but they only awarded everybody 500 grand. So, yeah. And then we came back and we saw exactly what it would cost, and it's 650 grand right around still for the fuel systems. These are desperately needed in Tonopah. The FBO manager who owns the facilities that are there now is imminently going to retire. And when he does, his fuel systems need to go bye-bye because they're antiquated and they need to be discharged of, basically. Removed, that kind of stuff. So these are new, upgraded double-wall tanks, and it'll be a leak-proof system. It'll be self-serve and full-serve, both options. So that way, if we have an FBO manager that can serve, can fill helicopters, can do whatever, they'll be able to do that, or a plane can pull up and be able to dispense themselves just however they want to do it. So, and as far as the financial part of it, Miss Elliott is here to speak to that behalf. Is there something you want to say? Okay.
Thank you, Director. Ms. Elliott?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Stephanie Elliott, Contracts and Grants Manager, ELLIOTT for the record. This was part of our CDBG process through 2022 to find viable projects that we would present to the CDBG for funding. This was the one and only project that was actually pushed forward in November of last year. We luckily were awarded funding. There were several constituents or counties that were not awarded this type of funding. As the director had mentioned, this has definitely been near and dear to Darren Tuck's heart as far as making sure that we have compliant fuel systems available. As far as the financial piece, because of some of the FAA grants that we have been awarded, some of the allocated funding that you've already approved out of the airport fund will now be reduced because we've got grant money to pay for that. So we are not asking for any additional funding. We were able to pull that rabbit out of the hat. So we've actually got the funding set aside in airport, and we won't need to take any additional funds from the general fund. So I thought that that was a pretty good workaround.
Chair?
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Is there any return on investment for us? I mean,
Yes, there is.
Is there, we're going to make money on selling fuel?
Currently, we do make a small profit on the Beatty fuel system that we have. It's not a whole lot. I mean, the dividends are just, they're not there. We have to try to be competitive. I mean, people are not going to fly out in the middle of nowhere to purchase fuel for, 10 cents less a gallon. It has to be considerably less than you would get. Only the people that don't want to fly into North Las Vegas to
There's a lot of
Reno
people
and
that
stuff
don't
like
want to fly into the larger airports, and we
Right.
were one of them.
But,
Happy to pay more money to not get in that airspace.
people that are on a budget are going to go where the fuel
Right.
is cheap, though. So,
10 cents.
and so,
Just to add, Tonopah is a central location
it is.
for a lot of areas.
And the bulk of the fuel that's sold there is like UPS, the military, that kind of stuff. I mean, it's people that are there for a reason. The mines buy a lot of jet fuel. Like, I don't know if I've said this to you guys or not, but they sold 60,000 gallons of jet fuel and was 18,000 gallons of 100 LL. So they sell a lot of jet fuel up there,
Right.
which is good. But that's not a really high profit right now. His cost for jet fuel to buy it is at $4.99 a gallon.
But it's also the station that's there and how it looks and so on.
Yeah.
True.
Once we improve that, again, I'm just.
We might get more
Ease of
business,
use,
correct? yes.
Self-serving, yeah.
Yeah, but the return on investment for if we were to pay for this out of pocket for the whole 600,000, it would be 20 years.
Right.
Right, but the 150, you probably get 4 or 5 years. We might be able to get our return.
Anytime you can look at an ROI in 5 years, that's good.
Yes.
Well, if we start advertising that there's fuel there in Tonopah with a new system, you may start looking at some other folks showing up there.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I might also suggest that currently we have a contract with someone to actually service the Tonopah Airport. So by adding these fueling stations, we can reduce that contract expense. So that could be potentially adding to the savings. And then we'll be able to have a self-service option like we do in Beatty, reducing the number of man hours that would need to be on site at the airport.
Thank you. Okay. Did you have more?
Will this take care of all of our fueling needs for airports for Nye County? Is this the last one? Sorry. Is this the last fueling need for our airports? Will we have all
That'll
the
be,
airports?
yes, that'll be both. Well, Gabbs, I don't ever see us putting a
Gabbs.
fueling need there for sure. So,
Okay, thank you.
Part of what we were discussing is that there's $160,000 in required match. It'll be $150,000 in actual cash. The $10,000 is actually being absorbed by project management and grants administration, so that would be considered in kind.
That's the in-kind match, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything else, Director, before I open it up for public comment?
I'm good.
Anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for public comment?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, this is Tim Bohannon, B-O-H-A-N-N-O-N. I'm a big proponent of anything airport and getting that beefed up. Like the comment was said earlier, Tonopah is centrally located. Now, fast forwarding from a Parks and Recreation standpoint with the Carver's Arena, if we get activity that's starting to generate up there, we got capability of people flying in too. So I do want to leverage as much as possible our airports. And, there's other alternative uses too. I heard UPS and others just like that. I came from a community in Wilmington, Ohio. I grew up there in my elementary, early junior high school years. And they expanded to have a whole system with DHL. Now they had a community airport, and they turned it into a regional airport, and then they turned it into a shipping airport. And being centrally located, brainstorming again, there's opportunity. Doesn't mean we're going to get it, but there's opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm thinking with you.
Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, I'll close public comment.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
let's make a motion to accept the community block grant 23/PF/06, the amount of $500,000, and to add the additional $150,000 in cash coming out of the Airport Fund 2209.
With the.
You need to add the 10,000.
$10,000 in-kind match, sorry.
Sorry, just a quick correction, that $10,000 is a cash match, I believe.
In kind,
Oh,
it
inside.
even says it.
All right, never mind.
It's in kind.
Thank you. See, I knew there was something in that tumbler. Besides water.
Did you indicate executing the grant agreement?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm asleep over here.
There's no further discussion. I have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call for the vote at this time, please.
Aye.
Everybody aye?
Where's aye?
Aye.
Number 42 passes 5-0. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I have-
Director and Manager.
I have some thoughts for that airport, by the way.
Well, I know we closed it, but
It's okay, I'll talk to him later.
one of the reasons, and it makes total sense. It was approved because it's been mentioned. You all know that I'm seated up there, and Tonopah is centrally and strategically located throughout the state. So it makes absolute sense to award the grant for the Tonopah Airport compared to, and I'm sorry for the other airports that were not awarded through the grant go-ahead process. But strategically, it absolutely makes sense. So, and thank you for your hard work getting that on. Appreciate it. Number 44, please, Manager.
Item 44 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to consider a request to approve an amendment to Nye County Resolution Number 2023-15 to allow the Amargosa Valley Solar Energy Zone to be excluded from the renewable energy moratorium.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christina Pekin, spelled Kristine I'm part of the Renewable Energy Development Team at NV Energy, and I would like to thank you all for your consideration of our request to allow the Amargosa Valley Energy Zone to be excluded from the renewable energy moratorium. I'd like to note that we've received letters from both the Amargosa Town Elected Board on behalf of the Amargosa community and from the Beatty Town Advisory Board on behalf of the Beatty community, both in support of our request. I have copies of those letters that I can share with you all today. Pending a favorable outcome today, we look forward to working through and executing a development agreement with the county and would be pleased to have the local community to be a part of that discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Do we have any questions for?
Yes, I haven't seen, do you have letters of support?
No, and there's nothing in the backup.
Nothing in the backup here, and I think that's very relevant.
So,
Yes, it is.
We have one from Amargosa, don't we?
I have copies of those letters if you'd like to
Well,
take a
we
look.
have to accept them if we do that, but just hang tight.
yeah. So my understanding is that they weren't able, NV Energy wasn't able to get the letters of support from both Amargosa and Beatty as backup in time, but the letters do exist. Yes, Mr. DA?
I just had, the one concern I have is that we're in the process of trying to develop planning, development agreements, and things of this nature to apply to this area. If you do remove this moratorium, then we are going to lose the opportunity to be able to control how the constructions and things are being done And so, from my perspective, I'm requesting that this not be granted so that we can complete what we're working with the planning department to do, is to put into place how to be able to develop these things, how we can control the development of these things to make sure that they're being done in an appropriate fashion.
Thank you, Mr. DA. And I have another problem with it is this would set a precedence which could affect every town and the entire county by the time we got through. So I really want you to consider what it could start, and there could be no end to it.
So, I know my position.
Well, you'll want what the people want, right?
Exactly.
So that, very good points, all of you. I mean, the fact is that, yes, our communities want to see solar and encourage solar to come to their backyards, but we're currently writing those ordinances now.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't we wait for them to be completed?
Oh, definitely.
And approve them, rather than remove a moratorium just for one area?
Yeah.
I mean, I would encourage Nevada Energy to keep working on their development agreement, so they're ready the moment that we have an ordinance ready. But I'm not sure that we should bypass our ordinances. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from the Director of Planning.
And before the director, please come down. Well, so I have a temperature.
Oh, no, really?
So we have gone to the different boards, whether they're elected and advisory, and in this case, Beatty being the advisory board and Amargosa being the elected board. They did submit, they went and presented in front of those boards, in front of the people of those communities, and they generated letters of support for this to happen. Now, I am opposed to lifting the moratorium. However, I am not opposed and opposed to modifying the resolution that we all voted on and passed. I'm not opposed to, and this is where you can jump in, Director, is to giving you the authority of the one time to allow this in the area of Beatty and Amargosa within their boundaries of what their request is only. It doesn't lift the moratorium for the rest of the county. It doesn't affect the development agreement. There is one in place that you're putting together with Beatty and Amargosa and NV Energy, is that right? No development agreement?
No, at this point, there is no development agreement. I've had meetings with NV Energy as well as several other developers. Talked about kind of what a development agreement would consist of, but there is not a draft that's in review or anything at this point. One of the things I had suggested to NV Energy when they brought this forward was to put on the record that they would enter a development agreement. Which, yeah, she did. For that purpose, with the same concern that the DA has, I was also, concerned that if we lifted this for any part, that, it's what exists today is what's required. Mm-hmm. And all that's required today is an SUP, which, we've got some issues with or concerns with as to how far we could go with regulations, in the form of conditions. My idea on the development agreement was certainly to make it a negotiated agreement. It's agreed upon. It's not regulations, it's an agreement. So that's kind of why we were going that way. I will concur with the chair that Town of Beatty, Town of Amargosa have both provided me copies of letters saying that they support this one particular exclusion. They have no interest in excluding anything else, and thought behind that was just that they've always known solar was going to go there. It was kind of the spot in the county that was picked years and years ago. So they've always anticipated it being there someday. So that's why, you know, not that they love it, or necessarily even like it, they accept it. So that's the feedback I've gotten. And to your question about the one-time exclusion, the one-time exclusion that was in the resolution that was adopted was actually to lift the moratorium in its entirety. Correct. But that was only, you know, I was only provided that ability once amendment to the ordinances were adopted by you guys.
Correct.
You know, just so we didn't have to go back through the process of bringing back a new resolution to lift the moratorium.
Correct.
So just to speed it up a little bit.
Absolutely correct. So is there a problem with working on a development agreement currently today?
No, not at all. And that's one of the things we're trying to work with planning is to, you know, get this fast-tracked and moving forward. It's just, I think you set a precedent when you allow one to come in and then tell somebody else they can't. That creates problems for us. So again, we're going to try to work through this as quick as we can. And I'm really hoping that we can probably have something in place maybe by the, next month. So we're not talking about a long delay, but I do think it's important that we actually do have an opportunity to really put together the ordinance and all the requirements that we want to have for these types of projects, so that we're, one, having consistent development throughout the county and not this hodgepodge of things going on differently in different areas.
So it's okay for them to sit down and talk about what to put into the development agreement?
Absolutely. No problem at all.
So it gives you a chance to start the process.
It's just with the moratorium, we aren't accepting applications for solar, period.
Got it.
So not that we're not willing to share templates, have conversations. I've been very willing and
that's what I'm talking about.
Spent a lot of time doing that up to today. That's never stopped.
Right.
But we just won't accept the applications until we're through this
Sounds
moratorium. So.
And we will certainly, again, from my standpoint, we will work with everybody that's necessary to try to get this moving forward. We're not really being held up by some artificial fact that we're not accepting applications. It doesn't mean we can't do the work, the groundwork to get everything put in place to get it done.
Within the body of the agenda item on the request form, it does state that Nevada Energy is planning to participate in a BLM auction for the solar land as part of the solar energy zone. When is that auction?
Already happened.
This is the one that was today.
They were winning bidder on both of these.
I think Helene Williams mentioned that too. So you're in. You're all in. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask the director a question. On those votes that were taken in Beatty and Armagosa on their boards, do you know how many yeas and how many nays there were?
Not off the top of my head. I think it was stated in Beatty's letter, or maybe Amargosa. I don't think it was in both. But I do know it was definitely, a pass.
Okay.
I listened to the Beatty one. It was just very gargled. So I couldn't clearly hear it, but I did get confirmation after the meeting that it did definitely pass. And then they did provide the letter.
Okay. Did you want to say something about,
yes.
about that?
So, to answer your question, Commissioner Cox, on the letter from the backup from Amargosa, all five signed off on that.
So all five actually voted yay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have one for Beatty?
The Beatty letter is signed off by the chair, only.
Okay, because I didn't receive those. So they're not, I don't believe they're in backup either.
They're not. Commissioner, they received them too late to get them included in the backup by the deadline.
So they're around here somewhere then?
I've got copies.
My copy would be here.
Chair has copy.
We got to be careful. We start talking about backup, if we want to receive backup, we're going to have to put it in front of us for a vote.
All I'm saying is on the
Yeah.
record, I will confirm that those letters do exist, and that is exactly what they're stating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me open this up for public comment at this time. Mr. Fender, here in Pahrump. Go ahead, sir.
Push the
There
button.
we go.
says Push.
FENDER, just like on a car. Okay, they said Amargosa Solar Zone. Is this the original Amargosa Solar Zone that was initiated in 2010? If so, if it's part of that original zone, it's only supposed to be about 8,000 acres. Okay, close enough, approximately. So, and this was the original plan in 2010, which was forwarded as most recently, if the recent map shows, of 2022 or 2023. So, yeah, that's a tough one to have to go and fight right now because it's part of the original solar zone. It's not the variant zone. I mean, there's a difference between the two, so this is important here. So if that's the case, this is the particular land would probably be along Highway 95, if I'm correct.
You are.
Am I correct? Okay. Yeah, well, I know where it's located, and it's not necessarily in Amargosa Valley itself. So, all right. I'm opposing this, I mean, because of the fact, but I do know where it's located, and a lot of people say Amargosa Valley Solar Zone is part of Amargosa over here off of Farm Road. Well, that's not part of it. It's not part of the solar zone exactly. So, anyway, yeah, so you got my opinion on that, and I'm not happy about it, but that's just the way it's going to have to be, I guess. So, by the way, you were pretty close on your acreage. I was doing some work recently, and I came up with the same number of the acreage for the county because I also have I got a letter. Also, there is, to go along with this, there was a LA Times this morning, an article written by Sammy Roth regarding the solar farms being built here in Nye County and in Clark County and some over in California. It's a really good article written by Sammy Roth. We came out this morning in the LA Times, so it's really good. So anyway, that you got my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams here in Pahrump, please.
Helene Williams, WILLIAMS. My position is that if you allow one, you're going to have to allow others, or you're going to face lawsuits. So I think everybody's hands are tied. I think we have to leave this as is, and hopefully the Water Board will be more involved in these projects too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
D. Mounts, MOUNTS. I am completely opposed to this for two reasons. It's a moratorium. You guys need to stick to your guns on this kind of stuff instead of wavering. I know NV Energy is a big company and stuff, but who cares? It's not for Nye County. And the other thing, too, is, you know, since we are the solar farm group, we talked to the voters in Amargosa and Beatty, and they don't want this. So maybe they didn't even know this was coming up. So I think if you vote for it, you're probably going to do damage to your career. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Bohannon here in Pahrump, please.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, BOHANNON. First of all, I'm opposed based on the fact that we do have some things that we're working on from a detailed standpoint of what the memo of understanding will be. I think we let that play out. I'm not sure if that's a month period or maybe it's 3 month period. NV Energy needs to assess what the impact of that would be. Again, included in that, you know, benefits for all is a focus I'm on, and decommissioning plan that is funded. It needs to be part of the deal. The other aspect is if you do it for one, then you're going to get in a sticky wicket and need to do it for others. And then if you don't, what's going to happen? Now, I respect NV Energy, solid company, large entity, well managed, but we may like them, and we probably do. But to do it for them and not somebody else is going to put us in a world of hurt if we're not careful, and it probably should be. So I say let it play out. Let's get it in place. It may take 3 months. I don't see it taking 6 months. Hopefully it takes only a month, but it's got to get in front of the people, go through the process, and generally I've seen that be somewhere around 3 months. So just fair warning, but no, I'm opposed to just doing it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark here in Pahrump, please.
Linda Clark, CLARK. I have a couple of questions. If we made the moratorium and everybody agreed, when did these people come in and convince Amagosa that they should be part of this and they needed to get this waiver from you guys? And why would we do that? Because of all the other things we just talked about. He mentioned it. Everybody's mentioned it. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. But we're not doing that. We're giving one particular community a waiver. Why? Okay, if they already agreed many years ago this is where the solar could be, fine. But why did they agree to go in with the moratorium? And why all of a sudden are they changing? And do they have a large water supply that they can afford to do this? I say no. We're going to stick together. Let's do it all together as a community, as a county, and the hell with these other people. They can go other parts in the state or back to California and push their stuff there. I don't want it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Herman Lewis, Lewis. Commissioners, this is a bad idea. In the old proverbial, you're letting the camel get his nose under the tent. Pretty soon, the camel will be in the tent. You have to stay strong on the moratorium. Otherwise, you look weak to BLM at all the rest of these solar projects. This really needs to go to Nye County Water District Governing Board, because the last time I checked, and I actually spoke with Ed Goodhart this morning, the basin where Devil's Hole is has an order on it. I'm not sure. I think it's 30 miles circumference. Don't hold me to that. I may be wrong. It's a bad idea to make waivers on the moratorium. And I'm not really sure Amargosa knows what it is. Now, I do believe that the town board should have a say in this, but I think they need to be a little bit more patient till the district attorney can look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment, Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I'll close public comment. And we, as the DA mentioned earlier in the meeting, we don't have to take action.
Yeah, Chair, I think we just need to make this move along. Moratorium stands as it is. But doesn't mean you can't work together.
Hold on. Oh, this is dangerous. Item number 45, please, Manager.
Item 45, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Colonel Waters, please, here in Pahrump.
Hello again, Commissioners. I'm Tom Waters, WATERS. Just want to thank you for having a Commissioner meeting on the fourth Tuesday. This is the only Tuesday in the month that I can stay. And most of your other meetings, I have to leave because I have so many other meetings. Matter of fact, at 6 o'clock, I have my prostate cancer support group meeting, so I'll rush off to that. But I wanted to remind everybody that the Pahrump Valley Rotary Club is having their Rotary Extravaganza. It'll be on the 22nd of October. It's a Sunday from 2 until 6 at the Nugget. Tickets this year, instead of being $80, only $75. There are other things that go with that. And it is the $10,000 giveaway. I know quite a few people call and ask, wasn't that fast? Okay. It's a $10,000 giveaway, and it's a fundraiser for Rotary. They do so much in our community, and I encourage everybody to buy a ticket. If you don't get it from me, you can get it from any Rotarian. We have the tickets available. Just want to make sure that you know about it. Again, they're only $75. If you don't win the $10,000, it is tax deductible, and it'll be at the Nugget this year from 2 until 6 on 22nd of October. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Good morning. My name is Skicenski, S-K-I-C-N-S-K-E. Two things. One, staying consistent with my personality, I don't think I'd have spent millions of dollars buying a piece of land this morning for an agenda item that was this afternoon, but that's just me. Anyway, what I'm here for is, in case you didn't know, and Debra, maybe you can help me out a little bit with this. Pahrump has a very, very large junior high school and high school rodeo club. This year, they set an all-time record of 325 participants. That's from all over the state of Nevada. We had two young men that won the state championship, and now they're going to Wyoming to participate in the national championship. To me, that puts us right there up on the top of the list as far as good athletes coming out of Pahrump. This Saturday, it's very expensive to go up there. This Saturday, we're going to do a fundraiser at the VFW. It starts at 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. It's a spaghetti dinner. You have a fresh spaghetti, a salad, garlic toast, and a drink. And it's all donations. We'll have an auction. We'll have a raffle. We've got people coming in from all over as far as donating items. And I think it's something that we kind of lose track of. You know, young people in that element, we have a big rodeo element in Pahrump. And you as commissioners, as directors, department heads, and this and that, it means much more than you think for your participation in those events, especially the young people. You know, that's the generation that's going to decide what nursing home we go to. So if they see you there, that puts a little bit more importance into their program and their participation. So I'd like to personally invite any of you that can come out there. And I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. For any department head, commissioner, county employee that comes to that fundraiser, I will pay for your dinner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you catch that, Brian?
That excludes the DA.
Oh, sir. Oh, please.
Mr. Bohannon, please.
Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. The question is it all you can eat? Moving on. Fantastic. Keeping with rodeo theme, we had a young lady up in the Carver's Arena recreation area who is Alicia Oosterhout's daughter, won the all around, and she's going to Georgia. So she's competing nationally for that. So we have strong rodeo here in the county. Very important. Like to celebrate Golden Knights winning the Stanley Cup. Love it. And, you know, from a recruiting standpoint for investment money and other things of that nature, that's a big deal. And we're able to leverage that quite a bit. Just a reminder, next week, Independence Day is coming up. So, you know, Second Continental Congress is the authors behind that. John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Robert Livingston, and Roger Sherman. want to remind us to celebrate our independence, enjoy it. We're going to have some good fireworks going around here, I'm sure, and up in Beatty and in other places within the county. And let's remember our independence, as that's not too hard to do out here. We are independent souls. But let's celebrate and celebrate together. Also, final thought, Farmers Market is this Saturday at Tractor Supply in Pahrump, 7:30 to 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that because you have some goods that are going to be there? You're going to have some baked goods there, by the way? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is there anybody on the phone, please?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
I didn't hear you if you had said it before, sorry.
Well, 4 times, but it's okay.
The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, Herman Lewis, LEWIS. I'd like to compliment and thank Commissioner Debra Strickland today for catching that item that she recused herself on. Thank you so much, Debra, for taking that seriously. I think everyone noticed it and truly appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Anybody else on the phone, please?
No.
Hearing and seeing no public comment. Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone. I'll close public comment and move on to number 46, please.
Item 46, Commissioner Manager's comment. This item limited to announcements or topics and issues proposed for future workshops and agendas.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Let's see, I have notes. One of them would be to manager. Can you update me on my request that I had at the last meeting to check into and order outside forensic audits of all the departments?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. I did make an assignment, but I don't have the answer ready for you.
Okay, I just thought maybe it kind of got lost in the wayside because I hadn't heard anything. So thank you. I'll be waiting for that. Myself and several other people, I do believe. Okay, I have too many notes. Where did they all go to? I guess the rest of them weren't that important. Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. If there's anything else, Commissioner, let me know,
Okay, thank you.
and then I'll adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Boskovich, please.
The only comment I have at this point is the BLM and the solar, first of all, the BLM,
There it is, right
do
there.
not trust them. They do not care about us, and they do not care what the people who live here want. So there's that. And as far as the solar companies go, what happened this morning at the auction out there, that's where we're heading. You're gonna have massive solar fields, and they're gonna be right next to the highways unless we do something to change their mind on that. That's all I have.
Just say no?
Thank you, Commissioner.
BLM?
Yes.
Commissioner Carbone?
I have a couple of items, and thank you, Ski, for bringing that up in regards to the rodeo. Those are the Japson sons that we're going, I believe. The 2 of them, yes. So it's great to know that we have some people that are, at least brothers, that are taking this. One of the other items on here is we talked, I want to make sure we're working the impact fees and any other fees that we're going to be doing in regards to all our projects that we have out there. Anything with homes, marijuana, cannabis, or anything else. All our licensing and liquor, any of that stuff, we need to look at every one of those things.
Yes, and that is being worked on. It's a complicated process.
Yeah.
So I'll be conferring with the DA's office because I believe most of that I'll have to go out for a business impact analysis or study.
Yep.
So it's a lengthy process, but yes, it is definitely in the works.
Yeah, just want to make sure we keep a finger on it, that's all. Then Commissioner Boskovich brought up a issue about the item that we've got on the airport, the airflow study. I think we need to bring that study back, and I think maybe we need to drill the individual and maybe say no to what they're doing.
I love that idea.
Because if they're talking about windmill studies, we're not looking for that. So
Nope, I agree completely. Let's do it.
those are my items, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Strickland?
Manager, didn't we get word from Kelly Slatter that she would not be doing our balloon festival and chili cook-off?
Yes.
We did, Commissioner.
We need to let the public know that those 2 dates are available, and we need a promoter. We currently do not have anybody that's gonna run the chili cook-off or anybody that's gonna run the balloon fest. That's a big deal. Those are big items.
Yep.
And so I don't know who's out there that can step up and promote those items, but God help us, let's find somebody.
I think, Manager, I'm sorry, you guys, did we ever find out why she backed out of this? Was it because of titles and stuff? So we need to understand what's going on.
We really should not be having these discussions on part of a public meeting.
Well, it's part of topic.
It's announcements.
No, it's not.
It's not announcements?
You're limited to putting stuff on agendas, and it's not an open discussion of items. You are getting into discussion of items, and again, it's not on an agenda.
Okay.
It's really designed to be topics that you want, directions to staff, or topics that you want to put on another agenda. It is not to go back and rehash something or to talk about a specific item. So we have to start cleaning up what we're doing with the commissioner comments, because, and again, that's the discussion we'll have, but anyway, so
Let's do that in
Maybe
closed
we need-
session, because I'd like to rewrite that item then.
Yeah, maybe we need a different item
We need to rewrite it.
or add to it so we can discuss certain things. We'll take suggestions, Mr. DA.
For sure. So I suppose I can't say that Lombardo made sure we got cloud seeding funded for 1.2 million, right? I didn't say that, did I? Shame.
It's an announcement.
I'm just happy we have a sitting district attorney who
That actually is
protects
involved.
us and does something.
So
It's involved, yes.
I found my other things. If
Go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
can go? Okay. I want to introduce, with the permission of the DA, I want to introduce Mr. Fletcher to the audience. Mr. Fletcher was murdered on February the 23rd by the BLM because he accidentally got too close to a private piece of property and decided to walk through the gate and enjoy himself. And so the person that owned the property didn't know how to get him back out the gate, so he called BLM. And they came to try to load him into a trailer. And he was scared to death, and he started getting rowdy, so they shot him. This is the kind of cooperation we get out of the BLM. And those people should be held responsible for the murder of Mr. Fletcher, because that's absolute animal abuse and destruction and on and on and on. So I'd like to call this attention to the attention of the sheriff and ask you if you would please move forward and prosecute the agents that went out and shot him. It was uncalled for. This horse was not trying to hurt anybody. He was petrified at that point because he couldn't understand what was happening to him. There could have been much other ways to trap him, such as with a corral and some food. This was uncalled for. As far as the rodeo goes, I'm very proud to say that I went and talked to Buddy Krebs when there was no high school rodeo anymore. And I said, we need to do something about this because the youth, it's so important to the youth to have some kind of programs. And he agreed, that he would start doing this with me if he could get the support. So I took, it just happened to be campaigning at the time, I took my campaign money and gave him a great big donation for seed money. And I don't know what happened, but it happened. All of a sudden, we had a rodeo again. So if anybody has any leftover campaign money, this would be a great place to donate it to, because these kids are serious about what they do, and it keeps them out of trouble. And anybody that's been raised with horses knows how wonderful it is to live that lifestyle, at least when you're young. Thank you, guys. I think that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Commissioner. So my announcement is to protect your family and friends
There you go.
and conserve your water and spay and neuter your pets. And now I'll turn it over to the director and the managers for comments, topics, announcements.
How do I follow that? I have
Future-
nothing that enlightening.
Okay, sit down. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No chair.
Okay, you're safe.
I just wanted to follow up.
You're safe.
In regard to our conversation earlier in Pilt and the item we had about the NACO funding, I did figure out exactly what went on today. There was 23,675 acres auctioned off in the Amargosa Valley. That was 4 different parcels, 2 of them being the SEZ zone we talked about earlier, which raised $105,450,000. So, yes, if you do the math, 23,675 times 43 cents an acre. And I don't know that that excludes them from having to now still pay the $6 per acre lease for the duration of their project.
We need to talk about that.
So-
Jonathan, we need to talk about that.
So, just interesting facts for you and announcements.
Director. Yeah, are there any managers that have anything to say? Yes, Sheriff, of course. Bless you.
I just wanted to mention to you that several meetings ago, I was here and said that we were desperately in need of vehicles. I want to commend and praise and buy dinner and give him a raise to Tom Bowling. He's left.
That's why he wants to give them dinner.
He has finally found us 21 new vehicles that we're going to be purchasing and working on more. They're brand new and they are on the ground and ready to be equipped with lights and everything. So he said as soon as the end of July they should start arriving. So, and that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No chair, but I have an update.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify for the chili cook-off and the balloon festival. They are simply on pause while things are being reworked. The event host and coordinator didn't completely cancel as far as our correspondence via email within the last business week. There were issues with the naming convention.
A lot changed in a week.
And dates.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Anybody else? Okay. This meeting is adjourned.